Right, okay. Sorry. Just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. The GPU audio capture, which is the HDMI to the TV, can send audio. So if I just capture that, anything I put on the TV as like a screen is captured by the audio source. So yeah, please excuse me. But because OBS fucked something up, the audio deduplication logic got improved, and now suddenly all of my audio sources are on it. But anyway, you guys know the story. But yes, welcome in everybody. Happy Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? It's a Wednesday, yeah. We're halfway through the week. Halfway there. Welcome in everybody. How's everyone doing? Let me do this. I can see the chat. It was a good sign. Where are we? Arseless chats, welcome in. Nimbus, welcome in. Alex, welcome in. How's it going, dudes? Hope you're well. We've got a Nimbus in first and a Alex in second. GG's, dudes, GG's. And we've got a raid, Becca. Becca, you've been on all day. I was watching you this morning. You've been on all day. Damn. Welcome in, Becca. How was stream? How was the rest of stream Red Dead Redemption? I hope you're having a good time. Excuse me, my brain's going fucking sideways. I'm Panda. Welcome in. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Good to see you guys. Right, let me get some juice. Oh. Liquid gold, chat. Liquid gold. Leonardo's Games TV, welcome in. 8 hours, Becca. Yeah, 8 hours, damn. Just a casual 8-hour stream for Becca. Yeah, basically my entire working day. I had a bunch of stuff to take us, so I had to drift off, sorry, so I was lurking. I hope you had a good rest of stream. Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate that. Watched the new 28 Years Later today, and it's so good. I can't recommend it enough. Really? I'm glad to hear that, dude. Menace, welcome in. How's it going? Right, so I have turned off one of the filters that makes it look retro. We've still got the scan lines, we've still got the barrel distortion, but the VHS distortion that was on there has been removed. So, I want to load this one. Oh, hang on. Buttons aren't working. There we go, chat. Welcome in, everybody. Becca, and I kicked them out. Becca, I kicked them out. I kicked them out of stream. Have a nice stream. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. How are you? Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Very well. Love that game. Such a classic piece of gaming music. Yeah, the game has been super charming. It's a little bit old and jank, but then again, I'm a little bit old and jank, so I can't really criticize it too much. But welcome in everybody. Becca, is it okay if I do a shout out for you with a clip, or do you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way. But welcome in everybody. It's lovely to see you all. Hope you had a lovely time over at Becca's. For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently on my first playthrough of Wind Waker, which is a game that I never got a chance to play. I bought a copy of it, I was going to play it, and then life happened and I never got around to playing it. So I'm rectifying that now. I love the clippy clips. Wonderful to do one of them. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to this lovely individual up here. I can't quite hear it, sorry. Yes, if you like Red Dead Redemption and Total Sweethearts, then I can't recommend Becca anymore. Can't recommend them enough. They're so nice. Such a lovely human being to go hang out with. But yes, Becca, if you've just done 8 hours, if you need to take care of the dog or take care of yourself, do whatever you need to do, please feel free. I completely understand. I'm not kicking you out, of course, but yeah. It's just a massive stream. But I hope you got done what you were trying to get done in Red Dead, because I know there's a lot of stuff to do. Because I may have installed something on the PlayStation the other day, because there's online trophies that I need to do. As I'm sure you're aware. Evicted Pizza, welcome in again. Thank you for redeeming your daily bread. I appreciate that. But yes, some friends are going to be joining a posse to do the online challenges, because you've got to. I think you've got to get to I think it says you've got to get to rank 50 or something, and then you've got to do a few different challenges online. But doing it with a posse makes it easier. So yeah, that'll be a fun little off-stream thing that we do. Yeah, so yeah. I need to skin every animal in the story and study every animal in the story, but that I can do offline. But yes, if some friends are going to come in and do the online trophies together, be a good idea to jump in and get them done, and then all I've got to do is the single player trophies, and I'll have the platinum. And Red Dead Redemption 2 is a game that deserves the platinum. Definitely deserves the platinum. Thank you for the fuzzy duck. Oopies. Does he duck? Does he fuck? Does he fuck? Yes, he does. Just this stupid song that was just a bit of a meme, but way before. It was kind of a little bit before memes. We were just sharing funny videos on the internet. The format of things being a meme and the whole meme meta was getting started. It was in its infancy. And yeah. Does he fuck? Fuck he does. It just fucking killed me as a kid. Does he fuck? Fuck he does. Anyway, I thought I found it when I was going through, and I was like, oh yeah, I haven't heard that in years. I won't get bored of that. But yes, welcome in, Rose. It's lovely to have you. Thank you for staying in with the road. That's very important. I appreciate that very much. It's fucking hard work out here as a smaller creator, so raids mean absolutely everything. They're so important. So thank you all so much for staying in with the road. I appreciate that. Lurking for snacks and goodies, but I'll be lurking. Hope the stream is wonderful. Always good to see you. Thank you, Becca. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Have a lovely rest of your afternoon, and please make sure you're resting. Because, yeah, monster stream today. Although, to be honest, when it came to Red Dead Redemption 2, if you're going to stream a game for 8 hours, yeah, that game, it just goes on and on and on and on. There's so much to do. So I just thought, well, yeah, it's Rockstar. You know, they know what they're doing. They really know what they're doing. And the thing is that, yeah, anyway, I'll let you get on. I won't talk about the spider lampposts and the fucking map thing. You put the spider symbol on, and then you go to the center, and then it all centers around this one random shot. I won't get into that. I won't start a conversation. I'll talk to you about that. I'll talk to you about that another time. Sorry, my brain's repeating things at the moment. Slipped away for a sec, but hi again. I'm doing all right. Kind of EP, didn't sleep well. Other than that, I'm good. Hope you're doing well. I also haven't been sleeping very well because of sleep apnea and stuff. So I hope that resolves itself for you fairly soon, dude, because I know it's brutal. But yeah, if you need to nap, if you need to sleep, please feel free. No, get upset. Sleep is very important. And Panda, GG's on third. Purple repeat. Yeah. But yes, I wanted to make the game look a little bit retro because it's a retro game. So, and yeah, overall I'm happy with the presentation. When I look at the VODs and I look at the clips and stuff, I'm happy with the way it looks. I think this is the way to play retro games, just for me personally. Also, I do have something bound to R, but when I'm using the bow and arrow, this doesn't work to cancel out of it. Get to play this one myself because I never had a GameCube myself, but I do plan to play it. But I know, like every song in this one, because the soundtrack is about. This is kind of it. Is that I've been very aware of Wind Waker for such a long time, but only ever watched my friend play bits of it, and I only ever played a little bit of it myself here and there. So yeah, I was like, I've got to play it, you know, I've got to play it at some point. But also I want to do a full playthrough of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, just so I've played a few more of them, because yeah, I've played a bunch of them, but not all of them. And yeah, I played through Breath of the Wild and I just fell in love with it. It's such a fucking brilliant game. Tears of the Kingdom was pretty good, you know. But yeah, I don't know if it did anything drastically new. It added a few things, but I just don't feel like it was enough of a step forward. But I suppose Ocarina and Majora's was a similar situation. But yeah. Yeah, Ocarina and Majora's are both absolute classics, so I thought, you know, I've got to give them a try. I've got to count this off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 2, 3, 4. I think it starts to flash slightly differently when it's about to explode, I think. Okay, I deserve that. Reach Western Ferry, I'll head west from here. Constantly humming the travel song, Majora's Mask. Yeah, well, this is the thing, like the Mario theme tune, you know. Yeah, trying to remember it now, I can't. But yeah, I just randomly break into like the fucking Mario's theme tune. Just when I'm walking around, they're flat. I'm just like suddenly just, but now that I'm thinking about it, I've blocked that subconscious bit of my mind, so I can't think of it. Oh, I see. A link between worlds because the game mechanic it incorporates to grow up more in the Zelda than Mario. Yeah, so I played a bunch of Mario games as a kid, as well as Sonic. I played Sonic first, and then I was like, okay, well, I obviously like platformers. So yeah, I ended up playing a bunch of Mario games as well, and then I played. I think my brother had a DS at some point, and I played a Super Mario game on that, and then I played a few others on various different platforms, and then I got a Switch, so I tried out Mario Odyssey, and I was like, damn, that's pretty fucking cool. But yeah, there were obviously a few that I missed in between, including Mario Sunshine, which I have to play on this. So yeah, I'll be diving into that at some point. I want to break that rock and see. I want to break that rock there as well. Bear with me a moment, chat. How the fuck do we get up there? On this side. Oh, shit. Controversial opinion of Sonic would be more playable if it zoomed out when you started moving. Yes, yeah, no, for sure, for sure. They didn't quite pick up on that kind of like, you need to be able to see where you're going. So you did kind of you had to learn like the whole kind of level, like layout almost. And it made, when you pulled it off, it was pretty satisfying. Save the game, please. Ah, oh man. What? There's nothing on there. Oh, Nintendo. Nintendo, why are you like this? Why? Why would you not put a little secret or a little treat there? Absolutely unacceptable. Tried Mario Odyssey twice now, and both times the same kingdom has made me stop playing. Yeah, so if you come across a part that you don't like, you kind of have to do that mechanic for a while, which is a shame. I agree. Wooded Kingdom. I'm trying to think what the ability is in Wooded Kingdom. Oh, is it the little mushroom that grows? Which you have to grow really tall, and then I can't quite remember. It's been a while. Crunchinabon, welcome in. How's it going? You just go to your boat and shoot the bombs from there. Oh, that's a very good point. Very good point. Welcome in. How's the game coming along? Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's got a little bit of jank here and there, but I think that's just age. Why this radiator to my right? It constantly like creaks and pings. And I thought there was a table in front of it, like up against it. And I thought you're not really supposed to put things in front of radiators, but it's a metal table, metal with like a metal frame with a glass top, so it's not going to get like damaged by heat or anything. But I thought, fuck it, I'll move it just in case. And I've loosened off the screws because you slot it into the hooks, then you screw to hold it down to stop it doing that. But yeah, what I might need to do is get some beeswax and rub it on the hooks and see if that sort of stops it from creaking. But it means taking it off, and it's fucking awkward. It's a really awkward shape to get hold of. It's an electric radiator, so it's not a proper radiator that's got like two valves on the either side that you can like grab hold of. It's just the fins that go into the tubes in the middle, and there's barely anything to fucking hold on to. And when I was putting it in there, I smashed the fuck out of two of my fingers, like crushed them to the point where they sort of popped and started bleeding, and I was like, yeah, never easy, is it? Nothing's ever easy. So I don't want to take it off again. But yeah, I need to get some I think beeswax should do it because it's organic and it should be fairly resistant to temperature changes. So yeah, maybe that'll do it. Didn't want to finish that finish the island house, sorry. Because we already went down the hole into the bat cave, killed all the bats, and then the chest spawned. So we already did that before you got here. Sorry. Wouldn't you like to know, Red Boy? Welcome in, Ferret. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, we already went down the hole on the other bit of the island, and there was a bat cave and everything. Yeah, sorry, dude. It was before you got here. But obviously going into the down the hole into like a dungeon, doing the thing, and then using the teleport to get back with a beam of light to come back out, it resets all the boulders and everything. So they were there again. And there was one that I wanted to blow up. Existence is le pain. What's the lad drinking tonight? I'm seeing Iron Brew. It is Iron Brew, yes. It is. Nectar of the fucking gods. Liquid gold in a bottle. I feel is the only pain I want to feel is pain au chocolat. Yeah. I do love a pain au chocolat, but croissants just took over. I just started eating a croissant in the morning and I was like, yeah, this is nice. This is nice, you know. Did you finish the tower dungeon where you got the bow? Yes, I have got the bow. We have the bow, we have the bombs, we've got the leaf, we've got the boomerang, we've got the grappling hook, Wind Waker, the sail, the magnifying glass, we've got a forest firefly and a bottle in case we need it, we've got the tingle tuner, but so we've still got 2 more, and I presume, what else do you get in Zelda games? You get a bow, you get a boomerang, you get a bow and arrow, you get the master sword and the shield, you get a grappling hook, you get, I don't think we'll get an ocarina because we're just going to use the Wind Waker. So yeah, we've still got two sort of major items to get, and then maybe 6 other items that go here, but I have no idea what they're going to be, but you know. Imagine choosing croissant over croissant over pain au chocolat. Well, I had pain au chocolat as a kid, you know, fairly often, and yeah, I think the thing is, I think if the choice is like a cheap supermarket pain au chocolat or a cheap supermarket croissant, I'd have the pain au chocolat, I must admit. However, if the choice is like a decent croissant, like a decent plain but all butter croissant, or like a decent, you know, all butter pain au chocolat, I would have the croissant, because I think when you get a quality croissant, it's just, yeah. Sorry about your thing. Yeah, well, I was trying to fit a radiator on my own. You know, it was a silly thing to do. I dropped the radiator, so I put the radiator on the hooks, and it wasn't quite, there's like a click to it, so when you push it against there, there's sort of like the tabs, they go into the, and he slides down and it clicks to make sure they're in there, and it wasn't clicking, and I thought, okay, I'll try and lower it a bit further, like lower it a bit lower, to see if they click, and I went too far and it came out of the bottom hooks and just slid straight down. Went straight down and fucking smashed a plug socket, and the one socket into 2 socket block that I had in there just got absolutely destroyed. But I don't think the actual plug socket itself took any damage. I don't think the radiator got damaged. I think I got away with it. But yeah, then I slid it on there and it fucking, I was being really careful not to drop it again, and it slid down and smashed my fucking finger. My thumb, which was, yeah, loads of fun. This shark needs to go away, man. You see, they're annoying to fuck off. They're annoying to deal with, so I don't. But then sometimes they just won't fuck off and leave me alone. Fuck off. Just pastry. Yeah, it's just pastry. It's just fluffy, sort of, you know, but it's sort of fluffy and airy and crunchy. It's just, I just enjoy them. I don't know. A good radiator is one of those things you... No, it's a proper radiator. Proper radiator. I might regret doing this, but But you can see it's like a proper electric radiator that fits on the wall. It fits in the space quite nicely. And yeah, it just every so often just goes ping for no fucking reason. And yeah, it does my fucking head in. Try and get as much of... See, now I've got to check and make sure there aren't any gremlins from the fucking green screen hiding anywhere. I will say the shark's just a minor inconvenience. Yeah, you can take them out with the boom. Oh yeah, maybe I should try the boomerang next time. Small enough that often then not ignore, but big enough that yeah, like. Well, I suppose the radiator is the same. Like, you know, when it was, if it was just like every now and again, it made a really quiet like ping. You know, like it'd be fine, but it seems to save it up for like. And the thing is, if I turn them on and off, it's my fault, right? Because if you have like a metal radiator that heats up and then cools, it's going to expand and contract. That's just how thermodynamics work. But I don't. You know, I leave the fucker on all the time. It's thermostatic, so it only comes on when it needs to. But I suppose what that means is it gets cold and it warms. So what I think I'm going to do is adjust the temperature up and down and see if that stops it. Because that might be what's causing it. Is it's getting to a certain temperature and then cooling down, then heating up, then cooling down, then heating up, and that's enough to make it ping. Whereas if I made it a bit hotter or a bit colder and just dealt with it, so I might adjust the temperature on it at some point, see if that helps. But I've got so many little problems going on at the moment. Fucking O2 don't know how a fucking phone bill works, and every time I call them up I get some fucking idiot that doesn't listen to me. And I swear to God, like I explain something and they get the wrong end of the stick, and I explain it again and they still don't understand. I explain it again, they're like, oh, okay, I understand now, okay. And then they say something, I'm like, okay, so does that mean this is the case, blah, 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 blah. Is this the case? Can you confirm that for me? And then they just start talking about something else. They just start talking about... No, motherfucker, I asked you a question. You just said something that doesn't really explain the problem. I need you to clarify, so I'm asking you a clarifying question to get the fucking context. And they just pause for a second, and they just start talking about something else. I'm like, oh, mate, fucking... It pisses me off so much. What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what? Say what one more goddamn time, motherfucker, I swear. Meant to be a palm bread warm up to... I see. Do you own your house? Yes. Well, not yet. Going to take me the rest of my life to pay off a flat, but yes, technically. My responsibility, even though I haven't fully paid for it yet. I'm going to be paying for it until I'm like 150, but you know. I am better off than lots of people. Lots of people can't even buy a place. It's fucked. I live somewhere a bit cheaper. Take it, you want... yeah. It's a giant paw. You get a heart attack enough to pay for it. Well, yeah, but then, yeah, unfortunately my family would have to cover it, right? Because they're the guarantors on my loan, right? You know what a choo-choo is, small fry? And I'm talking about the sound you make when you kiss someone. I'm talking about choo-choos. Those little those slimy monsters that puddles of goo that turn into blobs of jelly stand up and start jumping at you like crazy when you come near them. But in any case, if there's lots of them on island over there, you see any, avoid them, and it can get nasty. Now that I think about it, every once in a while, I see a potion brewer who lives on Windfall Island come here. I wonder why he would do that for it. Yeah. But yeah. There's a bunch of those fucking things on that island over there. We have been here. Yeah, oh yeah, we never got to there, did we? Never got to there. There could be carriage. Krill, welcome in, dude. Krill, I think I fixed. Just heard you get hard. I think I fixed the daily bread redeem. So you redeemed it the other day, I think. So if you redeem it again, I want to see if it counts. Motherfucker, it works. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Yes. So I didn't realize it only said 1 before, but it says 2. So you've redeemed it twice. But now what I can do is hopefully I can find that value in the StreamerBot values library and I can update it. Thank you for redeeming your daily bread, everybody. I appreciate that. But yes, it should count how many times you've redeemed your daily bread so we can keep track. But also communicate to Twitch that people actually exist and they're not bots, and not just because all of the large streamers that they glaze view bot the fuck out of their channels doesn't mean that everyone else is. And actually the people in my chat are real people. Crumbsgate, yeah, Crumbsgate. Well, yeah, I need to what I need to do is now find your persisted user counter global variable for this particular redeems, you know, chunk of memory that's persisted. Because it's persisted, it should be storing it somewhere as a value. All I got to do is update that to align with how many times you guys have redeemed it before, which I could extract from the Twitch redeem manager thing. I can redeem I made a list of how many times each person has redeemed it, which means now when they redeem it, I can find their name and the value, and I can hopefully update it somehow. And then yeah, hopefully it should count it, and then yeah, it'll be up to date, and like all the other counters, it'll keep counting. Twitch never trusts the British. Well, I don't think Twitch trusts anybody at the moment, but yeah. They seem to think that if they just keep pushing and advertising the top 1% or top 0.0001% of just chatting, that will win people over. But the problem is, all of those people, they tend to have like the most divisive and clout chasey and toxic clips. So unfortunately, what's happened is, you know, streaming as the brand of streaming, as in, you know, the brand of streamers has been kind of tarnished, like almost irreparably. Like most people, like outside of Twitch socials, like if you just have a normal social media, people fucking hate streamers. And they don't hate streamers, they hate the people they see in the fucking clips doing shit for clout. That's what they hate. And it would be okay if the platform wasn't so invested in that, but they are. And that means that they've kind of made the brand of streamers as a whole. You know, streaming's almost a dirty word in the gaming industry these days. And every time something goes wrong, kids from the fucking PvP online FPS think, oh, streamers always ruin games. Streamers ask for this. Streamers are... Well, it's not streamers. It's a multitude of people ask for something. And I'm sorry, if the fucking studio listens to them and makes a change that's bad, that's on the studio. All sorts of people ask for all sorts of things in video games, but they don't happen. So yeah, if a studio fucking implements a change because a bunch of people asked for it and then it's bad, either the studio didn't listen to the people or it was a bad choice. Either way, the studio should fucking know better because they're a video game studio who make video games for a living. But yeah, what do I know? But like I say, yeah, the hate I see towards streamers outside of Twitch socials, my normal Instagram and my normal Twitter that I used for when I used to go to football matches and stuff like that, live streamers, everybody fucking hates them, and it's shit because I know that behind that fucking 0.001%, underneath that, in all the other categories, there are so many passionate, funny, attractive, talented, charming, amazing creators doing amazing stuff with their channel, and I love watching it all. It's like a genuine sort of, you know, television network, right? But, you know, it's like a public access network for television, but online, and it's, you know, video game focused, but also crafting. So much stuff goes on in the arts and crafts section. The OF girls kind of took over the body painting section for a little while, and yeah, that kind of got a bit sketchy for a time, but you know, they were just trying to get that bag because that's what they do. They're just trying to earn a living, and it's not their fault. They've been objectified their whole fucking lives. They should at least be able to cash in on it. You know, if you're going to make them an object, society's going to make them an object, they should fucking make some money off of it at least. You know, if you do the disservice of making them an object, don't be upset when they learn how to fucking make money out of it. You made them what they are. You know, they're doing what they can to earn money. You know, put your fucking morals to the side and realize you objectified them. You made them that object, and now they offer that object for a price. You know, supply and demand, motherfucker. You created it. Misogyny created it. The patriarchy created it. You know, it's not like they haven't got subscribers. Fuck, they've got a lot of subscribers. It's crazy. They make fucking crazy money. because of supply and demand, you know, and you helped perpetuate that with your misogyny. So don't get upset with them. But yeah, and you think, and I think you mean Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Seen the new Chainsaw Man movie? Chainsaw Man? No, I don't think I have. Chainsaw Man? Not the anime, because I know a few people got into the anime. No, I've never seen it before. To the west of here on Dragon Roost Island, you'll see all kinds of rocks, big ones, little ones, some as big as your head. Anyway, there used to be a treasure hidden inside those things. Who knows, there may still be some left. You should open your eyes and take a good look around. It's from as high up as the sun or as low down as your toes. Oh, I just gave you... Okay. No. Definitely a chainsaw. The chainsaw blokes. Chainsaw bloke. The fucking chainsaw geezer. Oh, I'm gonna have to fucking eat healthy for about 2 days now because of this one bottle of Iron Brew. Great name for a punk. Yeah, Chainsaw Geezers. Yeah. Although one of my favorite names for a punk band is a band called The, as in THEE, The, as in the ancient sort of, you know, the old school The Michelle Gun Elephant. And the band just takes random English words and puts them together. But they did the theme song, or the ending sequence song, to one of my favorite films called Blue Spring. And yeah, the song is burned into my memory from the first time I saw that. And I've watched the film like 10 times since. It's sort of a coming of age slice of life, kind of high school, you know, it's very anime coded, but it's a live action film. But yeah, some of the cinematography, some of the writing and everything, it's one of my favorite films, and the ending sequence will be burned into my memory forever. It's so fucking good. But yeah, The Michelle Gun Elephant is a weird name. Like Roddy Williams said, Chlamydia, a great punk name. I thought you were about to say Blues Clues. Blues Clues. Greetings, O person who has surely come to take the challenge of the big sky. This is where you can register for the official Rito Tribe Birdman contest. And now listen, you are free to use any means, methods, or tools you have at your disposal to help you soar through the sky. Rules are simple. See how far you can fly before you crash into the rolling seas, like so much dead weight driftwood. A banner stands now at the site where the great and talented champion who has flown the farthest to date crashed into the frothy waves in a massive splash of glory. If you're able to pass that flag, then you will be the new champion, and you'll be drenched in praise, much as you will be drenched in seawater. Participation fee is a mere 10 rupees, and we take the challenge. Yeah, sure. I'll get a save down. Doesn't fucking save every time. Quote of the day is, if the world seems cold to you, kindle fires to warm it. It's true. It's true, yeah. If it feels cold, sometimes it's because you need to start a fire. Don't burn down a building or anything. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. What I meant was sometimes you have to be the one to instigate something good, basically. Never seen a Kindle tablet warm something up yet. Like certain Japanese K-pop band names like Porno Graffiti, an amazing band that does banger anime. This is it, yeah. They just take a random English words and shove them together. Some of them are really fucking cool. Burn the city of London down. Well, no. I don't want to make jokes about fires in London. Yeah, liars in London. Fires in London, because we had a very serious one a little while ago, and it's still pretty savage. He says, banner at the far off in the distance that makes the record distance set by a great talented champion. You must pass that banner. Oh shit. I should have Danza tap dancing extravaganza. Dennis, welcome in, dude. Oh, you bastard, you suddenly turned on me. You bastard! You fucking bastard! Did you see that? Motherfucker was like, no, no, no. Okay, that's a bit interesting because that's interesting. Average by which I mean not even remotely in the league of the great talented. To say you'd have thought of flying into it. Yeah, I did. Don't speak to me like that, you fucking prick. I did, but the fucking magic bar that I have doesn't last long enough. Like, what do you want me to do? Do I need to get a potion? Oh, so you can capture birds. So, it's that island where you got to speak to the guy. It said speak to the gulls. So that's what. Oh, okay. So yeah, I wonder if one of these will do something. No. So yeah, I mean, you run out of I think maybe I need a potion of some sort. I mean, the one in 1666. No, there was one quite recently that was pretty fucking savage, and the reason it happened was also really fucking savage. So it's not something I want to joke about, of course. Morning, friends. Dennis, welcome in. It's good to see you. Difference between a social media influencer and a philosophy major. The philosophy major needed a degree to be useless. Well, I mean, philosophy is an important aspect of culture, I think. But yeah, seen Welcome to Derry yet, Britain? No, I haven't. I have not, I'm afraid. So yeah, I don't think I can do better than that. Major in it sounds useless. Well, yeah, but to be honest, I mean, yeah, but I mean, what brain? Come on, what qualifications are worth anything these days? Like, basically, we all went to college and university and got pieces of paper, and then the economy and all of the jobs were gone by the time we graduated, and it was like, well, great. And don't get me wrong, like the experience of going to university and all that sort of stuff, yeah. But at the same time, yeah, all these amazing jobs they said were going to be there for us just didn't exist. They told us to go to college and get an education, and then they fucking sold off all of the infrastructure and companies and labour to other countries. But by the time we finished college and university with our qualifications, there weren't any industries to go into. And yet, the newspapers will just say, oh, the young people are ruining the dining scene, they're ruining the live music scene, they're ruining the service industry, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you motherfuckers created an economy which doesn't pay us enough to interact with a services-based economy. We have to do everything, as cheaply as possible, because minimum wage hasn't kept up with inflation for fucking God knows, my entire life, basically. Inflation has been getting significantly worse and wages haven't kept up, And they're like, get a better job. I'm like, well, what better jobs? There are no better jobs. There are no fucking jobs. There are no fucking houses. Two fundamental parts of any societal growth structure are fucking places where people live and places where people fucking work. And you fucking got rid of almost all of them. You allowed most of them to fall into the wrong hands, and you left nothing behind. You pulled up the ladder behind you, and as a result, we've got fucking nothing. Anyway. Plumbing, electricity, real stuff. I never graduated, so I think tradies have secure jobs. Well, tradesmen have secure jobs, but the problem is your physical labour is basically slowly destroying your body. And that is the truth. You are slowly destroying your body, and you can keep it up until your 50s, but when you get to 50, slinging stuff around on building sites, working outside in the cold, there are blokes that do it, but yeah, not many. And yeah, if you think you're going to make it the next 25 years, from 50 to 75 doing manual labour, if you haven't managed to find your way into a position with less physical work and more sort of consultancy or, being a site manager or something, you're fucking cooked, dude. Like your arms, your back, your shoulders, your knees, everything's going to be fucked by the time you're 45. And you've got another 30 years to work before you retire. It's, yeah. Hard graft, sure, but when AI comes, they're pretty solid. Yeah, they're not going to get replaced by AI, but yeah. Only works some years like a makeup, AI need a massive electricity grid. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the thing is, you need plumbing, you need electricity, you need water, you need bricks, you need roofs, you need all sorts of infrastructure, you need roads, you need paving and everything to get the materials to the site to where the data center is going to be built and everything. So yeah, but once it's built, you're on your own. Major in makeup and that you can't find any job is the government's fucking fault. Yeah, I mean, I did read an article a long time ago about Mickey Mouse degrees, where education sectors were worried that kids were not buying into, sorry, I always get fucking hair stuck around my eyes and then the lights make it, you can see this tiny little, anyway, excuse me. So yeah. It was an article about the rise of Mickey Mouse degrees, and I was like, well, okay, I suppose I'm going to have to read this to see if design and art and everything is in there, but it wasn't, thankfully. But yeah, they were talking about how trust in the education sector was at an all-time low. My generation was leaving college and university with qualifications that should have enabled us to get decent paying jobs, which would have allowed us to buy into this, at the time, still quite expensive housing. It's got even worse since, but it was still expensive back then. But no, like not to mention the fact that my fucking tutor of my final my final course that I did at university, the teacher just didn't get along with me and was not very helpful, not very, they didn't guide me very much. I kind of tried to do what they wanted, but they always had a fucking problem with it, and they passed a bunch of people that were shit at design, like just shit. I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but they were not good at design. They were just doing it because they wanted something to do. I was passionate about design, and that meant that I did things, creative and interesting, but it didn't fulfill the brief. I'm like, okay, fair enough, but guess who gets all the design work in the world now in my spare time? And all those people you passed, they're all working in fucking McDonald's or something. They're not doing design, basically. But anyway, I'm still a little bit pissed off about it because the education sector is a bit of a fucking sore spot for me in general. But yeah, it's fucked. Like, you leave college or university and you start looking for work and you realize there are no jobs, so you just take whatever's going. So you end up in a fucking minimum wage job anyway, but you've got a huge chunk of debt to pay off. And yeah, so people were losing faith in the education sector, so they started putting out all these fucking courses you could do that were a lot more interesting. But of course, there weren't any jobs in those to begin with, let alone markets that were evaporating before you even got the qualification. A lot of those markets just didn't even exist, but kids needed to fucking study something that they were interested in to keep university fees coming in. So yeah. But yes, Solipsis, thank you for redeeming your daily bread. It counted you as well. That's good. Be mechanized by robots, but I guess that's a far. Well, the way that you make a house is different from country to country, and it's also different from price bracket to price bracket. When you get a good set of lads to build you a house properly, it will take a lot longer and it will cost a lot more, but that house will outlive you. But a lot of people don't want to outlive their house. They don't give a fuck. They don't want to leave anything behind for somebody else to benefit from, so they'll build a house that will last 40, 50 years, and then they'll die in it, and it'll become uninhabitable due to fire regulations, safety regulations, whatever paperwork you want to throw at it. It will become uninhabitable, and it will cost too much to modernize and bring it up to code, so they'll just fucking knock it down. Whereas back in the day, people used to build houses, and they built them to survive bombs, because during the Blitz, London got bombed to fucking pieces. So the manner in which we build our houses is designed to stand up to as much as possible. So all the houses from the 1940s, the 1950s, the 1960s, 70s, it started to get a bit sketchy. 80s, there was not that many houses around because the housing stock was coming short, because Thatcher sold off a bunch of council houses and then didn't replenish the stock. It created a massive housing crisis. Well, it started a massive housing crisis that we're now in. But yeah, we needed a bunch of houses, and people were like, well, the contract from the government to build houses is really good. I'll build a bunch of houses. But they fucking throw them together. By the time they finish them, 6-7 years down the line, they don't even meet the regulations anymore. So they knock them all down. And I'm just like, fuck's sake, man, this country is so fucking backwards. It's so fucking stupid how this country works. But they'll build an entire cul-de-sac, 15 houses, 2 beds and 3 beds, right? 15 fucking houses, 2 or 3 beds each, right? Driveways, little road that goes down to it in a space designed to be a neighborhood, right? Some cunt with a clipboard walks around and says, the gutters, they're not quite up to code, and those doors, they're not fire resistant enough, and those windows, in a couple of years, they won't be up to code. The wood they used and the building materials they used, they're not quite good enough. They need to be torn out and refitted. And they're talking about 300-400 grand's worth of fucking work on a fucking 500 grand house. And everyone's like, well, yeah, who fucking cares? And then the government's left holding the bag. They've got a bunch of houses they can't use. The contractors have been paid. They're fucking off to somewhere else to do it again somewhere else. And yeah, the regulators won't let them move. And they built a block of flats, affordable flats, for affordable housing for people. And because a sign was 2 millimeters too big or too small, they won't let anyone move in. Oh, I just fucking can't with this country. I can't. It's fucking stupid. But yeah, it can be a job at least. Art, I think, is more of a hobby that sometimes can be profitable. Well, this is the thing. Design is much more focused and therefore much more marketable. Art is obviously, very subjective and fucking hard work, if I'm going to be honest. What happens when we have universal income? Many gets into those courses just to get the time going. Well, yeah, they just want to have the uni experience. The qualifications, just Mickey Mouse. But yeah, but universal income's an interesting one because it's entirely possible for us to have enough food and energy to support ourselves, but we just won't fucking allow it to happen. There's still people trying to nickel and dime the human race. And if we could just separate ourselves from this notion that because you happen to be inherited into this fucking dynasty that controls all the fucking oil fields or controls all the fucking banks or controls all the fucking electricity infrastructure, that you then have the God-given right to fucking exploit the human race over something like energy, something that you fucking use, materials that were in the fucking ground. This is the thing, is all the stuff we used to make energy with was already in the fucking ground when we came along. Nobody created it. It was already there. Somebody found out how to turn it into energy, and then all of a sudden everyone claimed ownership of it, and we've been in a fucking shitstorm ever since. But yeah. The rich class has always looked after the working... Nah, they never have. Once the working class doesn't, robots and AI can't do this, sort of fucked. It's really going to be a fight against the rich or die of starvation. But yeah, our president even goes to race. Glad to know that I'm not the only one who experienced having design for a professor in uni. Yeah, like, honestly, they gave us a brief and I did the best I could, and then she just fucking tore it to shreds every single fucking time, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then somebody else would hand in the most generic bullshit, and she'd be like, this is brilliant, it's so good, and I was like, okay, whatever. And there were a few times where I just didn't even try. They gave me the brief, I farted out the first thing I thought of and just handed it in. And she didn't give me any more shit or less shit. She gave me the exact same amount of shit. She still tore it to pieces, even though I didn't even fucking try. And I was like, well, that kind of sells it to me, I'm fucking done with this. So I left, didn't quite get the qualification that I wanted, but a lot of people saw my work. A lot of people got in touch with me, asked me to design things, and I design things for people. Word of mouth traveled, and I get jobs occasionally doing design work, and I enjoy it. But I only take on the jobs that I want. I stream as a hobby, I design as a hobby. I'm passionate about both, but I have a full-time job that pays the bills. I'm not designing shit I don't want to design for money that's not very good. I'm not doing it. It's still an art form for me. But anyway, we have got an ad break coming up. I need to catch up on chat. But yes, we will play the game, I promise. I'm not going to get too distracted, but yeah. The whole education sector has been such a mess, especially for young men, because the capitalists, they want people that are just smart enough to run the machines and not smart enough to ask how badly they're getting fucked. So the education system doesn't create free thinkers. It creates obedient little worker bees that don't have the confidence to chase their dreams, and as a result they spend their entire lives doing a job they don't really like until they retire on a meager pension and realize, fuck, I should have just gone after it. I should have just tried to do what I want to do, because you know what, you can fail at what you don't want to do just as much as you can fail trying to be what you want to be, so you may as well just go for it. But anyway, the ad break's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys up. I'm going to catch up on these messages, so when we come back we can jump into the game. But yes, I'll be right back. Do you mind? Hang on, is this a shortcut? See ya. Bye. Oh shit. He teleported. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I won't chat shit anymore. I'm sorry. I'm going. Woo! Let's go. Let's fucking go. You motherfucker. I need... Did we see my fucking partner just standing there not doing anything? And yeah, it's one of those pronunciation things with Japanese. You don't say nanny, you say nani. Have we got a puncture? Or is the cart just a bit broken? Oh, this area is fucking really broken with the LOD.
Oh, not for me.
Can you see what's happening on my screen?
Yeah, that's weird. Try and get out. The hell? You good, mate?
Game? Fuck me. Okay, yeah, it is kind of memes. I'm going to get a... Fuck, okay. Okay. Medea, done. Dragon Slayer crumbs. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's a good new top. 150,000 souls. Let's go. Let's go level. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bitches are just coming out of the fucking ground now. Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks, game. So, yes, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Factory built houses work pretty good, at least. What Sweden is built. Yeah, I mean, I think depending on the quality, but obviously when you mass produce something and it isn't built like by an artisan, because, you know, bricklayers, masons, window fitters, carpenters, you know, they're masons, right? They are, you know, dedicated to the craft of doing one thing very, very well. And I think that when you're building something like a house that you're going to shelter yourself in and hopefully is going to last for a long time, you kind of want the hands-on approach. It's slower, it's more expensive and everything, but I think that when it comes to building a house, based on what I've seen with every other house, you know, all the houses that, you know, get caught in storms in America and other parts of the world, a storm just blows a house down, whereas, you know, in the UK, storms happen, but all it does is blow the trees down. And yes, we're shit at clearing trees because England is shit in some ways, but the houses survive. You know, maybe the roof gets blown off, but the house survives. So I think that prefabs make sense, but when you want housing stock that's going to last a really long time, like 150, 200 years before it has to be knocked down, you kind of want it done by hand, I think, because there's a lot of nuance and sort of skill that's involved in, you know, building stuff that's going to last lifetimes, you know, several lifetimes. You've got houses that are on their third generation of the same family. You think, fuck, that house has lasted 300 years and it was built back when we barely had a fucking calculator or a spirit level or what. It was built by people that knew how to build a fucking house before we had all kinds of technology. They just built it incredibly strong because they didn't want to fucking do it again. But yeah, imagine not having a bunker under you. Yeah, I live in a flat, so I don't have a basement or a loft because someone lives there. But I would like to have a loft at some point. But yeah. By the way, Crumbs, that city that you're now king build, is it nice city or is it a shit place? Which city? I didn't realize they made a city. They've tested universal income in many places. Finland is seriously thinking about implementing it. This is kind of the thing, though, because, like, I think that the 4-day work week with, like, a bit of a subsidy to help people get by would free up so many people to do so many other things. But we've just allowed the capitalists to make everybody work more and more and more and more and more. I think we need to start giving people more time off work and subsidizing the wages so that, you know, rather than a universal income, I just think that everybody that's working should get a bonus, you know, for being a contributor to the country's economy. Because that incentivizes people to work in the same way that benefits incentivize some, but not all, some to not work, is they can earn more money on benefits than they can getting a job because of their situation. So why would they work? Why would they go and work for less money? It's crazy. And like someone said, if I was a rich arsehole whose worth has some merit in the wealth that I have, why would I give that away to benefit mankind? Well, yeah, this is it, is that, you know, you've got people that are defined by their wealth. It's not about having nice cars and nice houses. They just want to have more money than anyone else. And that's a mental illness. Make no mistake. The people that already have 7 houses and 15 cars and 2 boats and 3 helicopters and, you know, 600 suits, and, you know, the people that already have everything, they've got so much stuff, and they're still not happy, and they're still in the stock markets trying to fucking benefit off other people's losses and trying to scam and con people out of millions and millions of pounds to accrue more money. The people that, you know, are going to die with 150 million just sitting there doing nothing. That's a mental illness. Don't get me wrong. If you earn £5 million a year, but you spend £5 million a year after you've paid tax, whatever, cool, because you're putting it back into the economy. It's never, in a capitalist economy, it's never your money. It's just your turn to play with it, right? So if you spend it, that's fine. I don't mind somebody earning £5-6 million a year if they spend £5-6 million a year, right? Because they're supporting a lifestyle that they appreciate, and they're spending the money, which then that trickles down into other people's lives. But there's so many people that don't. There's so many people that already have a bunch of nice houses and cars and clothes and watches and art and fucking helicopters. They've got fucking just so much shit, so much fucking stuff, and they're still not happy. They still want more. They still want more money in their bank account. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You win. You won. You have won capitalism. It's like somebody wins a fucking race at the Olympics and just keeps running because they're defined by the fact that they run. Like, but that's actually a physical feat. But it's just, like, once you fucking got there, once you've arrived, but it's never enough. For some people, it's never going to be enough. And that's a mental illness. It is a fucking mental illness that needs to be studied. We need to stop putting them on the cover of Forbes. They are mentally unwell. The fact that they need to keep clawing money out of other people's hands in various different financial fucking schemes, just to stack it up in a bank account and do fucking nothing with it, whilst everybody else is struggling to earn enough money to live because the economies are fucking basically running on fumes. Because all the money that they put into the economy all those years ago is sitting in some fucking bank account doing nothing. Or they've bought fucking 700 flats in London and they refuse to rent them out because they earn more money in bricks and mortar, earn more money in appreciation than the interest you get from putting it in a bank. And there's no financial investment that will ever accrue as much fucking interest or appreciate as much as bricks and mortar right now, because it's so scarce. So what happens when somebody comes into fucking 150 million pounds in some dividend? They fucking go and buy a bunch of houses, because, you know, by the time you finish the paperwork and signed off and the transition and everything's been handed over, once you've got the keys to the place, once it actually becomes yours, it's already appreciated by 1 or 2%. So you've already made back like 15 million pounds. This is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Meanwhile, everyone else on that street is paying $3,000 a month to rent a house. It's just fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Anyway, we will play the video game, I promise. Give money to real needy instead of against child cancer. Well, yeah, this is it. There's so many things we could be funding if we weren't just fighting against these fucking cunts that are just determined to inflate the economy to some astronomical level, and then just fucking steal all the money and disappear and leave this enormous vacuum for the economy to collapse into. It's just, it happens all the fucking time. When I didn't get into major, I wanted to say, you are a man and there is enough men in here, so we will put in a girl instead. This is a 3 choice to make it more equal, and like she didn't even want to go. What the fuck? Yeah, diversity quotas sometimes, yeah, in certain sectors it's kind of like, yeah, if the person doesn't want to do the job, then yeah. Up and paper mache. Well, yeah, Sweden has storms too, but 100 tons of snow on the roof, factory houses can handle. Yeah, I mean, if they're built to last, but I still think bricks and mortar, it's long, but you know. King Charles built a city called Poundbury, and I've never heard of it. Thinking of getting extra £1,500 would solve a lot of people's problems. Same go to the government. But this is the thing. Putting £200 million on art and that funds from hospitals budget like they did in Sweden isn't nice. I think it's the government smart planning. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing, right? Is lots of people are sort of like, you can't raise the minimum wage because, you know, it's going to crash the economy. It's going to make prices for everything go up. And then they don't raise the minimum wage and the economy crashes and prices go up, even though they didn't fucking raise. It's such a fucking scam. And the thing is, like, if you give working class people more money, the first thing they're going to do is fucking spend it. They might invest some of it, which is still good for the economy in one way or another. Small level investment, I've got no problem with. But, like, they're just going to spend it on things. And when they spend it on things, the economy comes to life and everybody earns a bit more money. And then before you know it, you've kind of kick-started the fucking... I mean, in America, they do stimulus checks, where they just send everybody a check for a certain amount and they get to spend it on whatever the fuck they want. And that kick-starts the economy when it's starting to get a bit sluggish. I don't see why that isn't done all over the place all the fucking time. Because, yeah, you know, people are going out and working 50 hours a week just to fucking survive. And then they complain that businesses, all the services and all the fucking luxuries and leisure in the UK, is the bottom's falling out of the market because there's nobody going. Nobody's going to the cinema or going to gigs or going to art galleries or anything. They're all desperately needing funding because nobody's actually going to them because they can't fucking afford it. And even if they could afford it, they haven't got the fucking time. Even if you make something really fucking cheap, you put a gig on for £3 a ticket and it's £2 a beer for one night only. People have got work the next day. They can't fucking go because they can't afford it. The time, they haven't got it. They're working until fucking 10:30 because 9 to 5 doesn't exist anymore for so many people. I'm one of the lucky ones it still does. And then they can't fucking afford the time to go out and fucking watch a band, then get home late and wake up dead for work the next day. They can't do it because everyone... Anyway. You know about the Golden Triangle, I tell you, on that island, the charts there is what I mean to say. But the cliff here, there rises sharply, and if you want to climb it, there aren't any ledges or footings you can grab onto. So what are you going to do, small fry? Right, can we climb that? Can we climb it? Sorry, I will play the game, but yeah, clearly I have a lot of repressed anger for how fucked everything is. And like I say, I'm very fortunate to be in the situation I'm in. I had a job that wasn't great, but I worked real fucking hard. And I basically worked my way up into a position where I earn slightly better money than I used to. But yeah, for a lot of people, they're just grinding away in a job. And it just, there's so many ways that are completely unregulated. Sam and Ray, welcome in. How's it going? In the US, we never got any stimulus checks, not in 15 years. Really? Because I remember on social media, people were talking about their stimulus checks and what they were going to spend it on. And then everybody went fucking nuts for like a month and everyone bought that thing they've always wanted. But obviously, you know, it helped the US economy, but I can't remember how and when they were deployed. No, the Trump lie, really. What is stimulus checks? So basically, from what I heard, people were sent checks to spend on on US economy, on US produce, right? To sort of kickstart the economy. But apparently it turns out to be a lie. Maybe I was being lied to. We did during COVID. So Cobra Con, welcome in. Yeah. We did during COVID. So there were stimulus checks during COVID. Okay. Because, yeah, obviously, you know, like if the government, rather than investing in all sorts of things that are supposed to make people spend money, you may as well just give people the money and let them spend it on what they want. Hasn't been in charge the whole 15 years though, so I think we didn't have lockdown, so he promised them but nothing. Really? Because I seem to remember stimulus checks being discussed. This was before, I think this may have been before Trump, I think. But maybe it was just something that was discussed and never actually deployed. Never got any COVID money either. Really? Okay, so I seem to have a gap in my knowledge, I apologize. I've been promising 2,000, and he said by the end of last year, and now he's saying the end of this year. I did get COVID money, though. I bet all the US presidents since JFK. How do you spell stimulus? That's not how you spell checks. So there was the Corona Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, also known as CARES. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, so it was a promise that they never fulfilled. Okay. But yeah, I thought that they'd happened before in the past, but I guess not. Maybe I was wrong. Apologies. But yeah, this is it. Like if you just Jake the Obscure, welcome in. I got a cares check. Oh, you guys did get them, okay. So yes, Sam and Ray, I'm sorry to hear that you got left out. Not what you want to hear. If anything, he would do it before the midterms in November to try and win votes. Yeah, this is it, right? This is it. I was discussing this with Krill. I get the feeling that, you know, America is kind of done with Trump, the majority, you know, because in the past he clearly had a majority of some sort, but people have now grown tired of the fact that he doesn't really think things through, and he's more of a caricature of a president than an actual president, and actually he's not the best person to run the country. And I think a lot of his lies have been proven to be lies, and therefore support is obviously waning. But he did get elected, you know, twice. So, you know, but obviously they're only allowed to run for 2 terms. But apparently they could also do something where they could extend that and just not follow the code or something. I don't know. I'm not too sure. And then years ago, US sucks right now. I live in Minnesota, so things are real bad here right now. I'm sorry to hear about that. ISIS is literally terrorizing our community. Yeah, I have been seeing. Obviously, I saw that poor woman, Renee, somebody good, who was, you know, just trying to fucking turn her car around and then got shot in the face point blank. And it's like, how does shooting a white woman in the face point blank solve the country's immigration crisis that doesn't actually exist? I don't get that, you know? And yeah, it's always some fat white Nazi guy, you know? Always seems to be some fat white Nazi guy who, after investigation, turns out has very little fucking experience or training in handling a firearm or dealing with situations that require firearms. Yeah, they are out there in the street with a fucking firearm. It's just, yeah, it's fucking scary. Regime is terrifying, yeah. I own my house, but for one major illness, and I could lose it. Yeah, this is the scary thing. It's how fragile everyone's like long-term investments are, and how little security people have in their lives. Like a couple of bad years, and someone's business, someone's home, you know, someone's, you know, well-being. It can all just be taken away, and it's like you're never a bad month away from, you know, being completely fucked. And it's just, that's not how a developed country and how society should work in a developed country. You should be able to establish a certain amount of security and footing within the economy to be able to weather the occasional economic storm, because unfortunately, because human beings are fucking greedy, there is always the occasional economic storm. But so many people are, even the people that have been able to sort of establish some kind of financial security, it's never actually that secure. It's only one major financial crisis away from all going away. And yeah, that's not how it should be. People should be able to work to get themselves into a position where they are financially robust, and therefore when the things go south, they're not completely fucking destitute. But, you know, millions of people lose their homes every time the economy collapses, and we watch people slowly but surely collapse the economy in real time. We just watch it happen. But, you know, always ways to extend what U.S. medical system is so fucked up. Weirdest thing about that was the being left, the left being angry if they should care because she was white or not. Always care when a person gets killed. Well, yeah, people were saying, you know, well, the thing is, what happened was when a black person is killed, the entire black community comes together. They all come together to call it out and to stand against it, because it's been happening for fucking decades. And it's fucking flat out wrong, right? So they come together and they all support each other. They have a community, right? And what people did in retaliation when, you know, Lloyd, I've forgotten their names, it's so bad. But every now and again, some completely innocent black person is just shot down in the fucking street, even in 2021, 2022, 2023. And the US police force is so fucking, like, just the way they fucking draw their guns and open fire in public is terrifying to me. Like, it absolutely terrifies me that they feel the need to fucking let the gun clap, right? Like that. But yeah, they rally together and they say stuff like Black Lives Matter, right? Because they're sick and tired of people's mothers, sons, brothers, sisters, whoever, just being gunned down in the fucking street like it's the Wild West, right? And in retaliation to that, a bunch of the right-wing Nazis were like, yeah, white lives matter as well, and blue lives matter as well. So what they're saying is, because a white person was shot, where are all these fucking racist Nazi people saying white lives matter? Where are they now? Because the racist Nazi people are the ones in ICE doing the fucking shooting. So what they're doing is they're calling out the hypocrisy that when people said Black Lives Matter, to make a stand about the fact that black people keep getting shot for no fucking reason, apparently, is that white lives matter as well. And actually, do you know what? All lives matter. I think that, you know, every human being deserves to live. But at the moment, you know, white people aren't being gunned down in the fucking street by cops. That's black people. They're the ones that are being fucking shot down in the street for fucking trivial traffic stops and bullshit like that. You know, there's very little aggression. Just some dude who's fucking driving home from work. They're a bit late because of traffic. The police pull them over, and then, you know, for some reason, there's an altercation and they get shot. And then later, the community reveals that they were a pastor and they were a man of the church and they were fucking Gentile and sort of polite and friendly and supportive of everyone else. And he turns out that actually there wasn't a fucking struggle. There wasn't a fucking struggle. That's just a fucking racist police officer who thought they could get away with it. And if it keeps fucking happening, they're going to talk about it. And quite rightly so. They have a right to fucking use the internet and the platforms they've got to raise awareness about how bad it is, because people think that racism has got worse over the last 10 years. It hasn't. It's just everyone's got a smartphone these days. It's always been that bad. Arguably, it was worse back in the day. But now there's smartphones and there's all kinds of fucking laws. You know, you're not allowed to film the police. You're not allowed to film. If you get your camera out when they're trying to deal with something, they're very, very fucking restrictive about that. They're like, oh, stop filming, stop filming, stop filming. They don't want to be filmed. But then, because they got filmed doing something fucking illegal or doing something they shouldn't be doing in some way, shape, or form, now they've all got body cams so they can fucking fight back. It's like, for fuck's sake. The fact that police have to wear body cams to prove they aren't fucking breaking the law just says it all, really. It just fucking says it all. So how the fuck are we going to get... So I think we need something that gives us a fucking yeet into the sky, I think, because I don't think we're going to grapple onto any of this. Unless there's a grapple point that I can't see. Unless there's a grapple point that I can't see. George Floyd, that was the one. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. I apologise. I've forgotten the guy's name, bless him. Always care when a person... Yeah, exactly. Nobody should get killed, not by the police. Because believe it, the thing is, the one thing people point out, even if somebody is guilty, even if somebody is convicted as guilty, it's not the police's job to shoot them. They're not executioners. They are police officers. They are not supposed to fucking gun people down. Even if that person is guilty of a crime, they are to stand trial and be proven guilty by a judge of their peers, by a jury of their peers. That's the fucking judiciary, the law. That's how things are supposed to work, right? So even if the police do catch an actual criminal, they're not supposed to fucking shoot them, you know? And when people are like, oh, but they ran, so you shot them in the back. They ran away, so you shot them in the back. I don't know. I don't think shooting somebody in the back is acceptable in any way, shape, or form. Because if they weren't facing you, if they were fleeing away from you, why the fuck are you shooting at them? You know, they're not a threat to you. You know, you're not threatened at that moment. You should be chasing them. If they run towards you with a knife, don't get me wrong, there was a video. I mean, the guy was white. There's a video of some guy, and he's clearly having an episode of some such. I don't know if it's drugs or whatever, but he just walks, he goes, ah, and the guy fucking opens fire, like tight grouping in the guy's chest multiple times. And you know what? I think the guy was obviously not with it and was threatening towards the police. I think the police officer may have been able to keep their distance, but they chose to open fire. It's a difficult one to call because you don't know what the person's got in their belt, you know, in their back pocket or whatever. They could pull out a gun at any moment. You just don't know. Concealed carry is a thing, right? This guy's walking towards him, making sort of like crazy noises, and he looks crazed out of it. He's not responding to, like, you know, communication. And the guy's like, tap, 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 tap. And the guy just fucking tanks several shots in the chest and then falls over. And I was like, fuck. In that situation, yeah, I think maybe the policeman might be able to argue they were fearing for their life. But even then, it's kind of like if you could distance yourself and then call for backup so they can be tranquilized or something. Because I don't understand why they don't, you know, they have to carry a gun because everyone's got a gun apparently. But none of them have a tranquilizer on them. None of them have like a blow dart with a tranquilizer in it that they can try and get in someone's neck or something. You know, just try and get some kind of tranquilizer or you know, mood stabilizer or sort of, you know, something. You know, they've got pepper spray, they've got tasers, but they still just reach for the gun. And sometimes the person isn't even threatening them. Like this situation, yes, they're a threat. Why wasn't pepper spray used? Why wasn't the taser used? Because in the UK, the police just have a taser and they just fucking hit you. They hit you, and you just lock up and go down, and they just arrest you. And the guns aren't required. But people aren't carrying. Not many people are carrying guns in the. We do have guns in the UK, but it's nowhere near as bad as parts where it's legal to carry. Also happened here. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. Still innocent person getting... Yeah, the person was innocent for sure. Peppermint is the best tea, no caffeine, so you can drink it all day. Can forget that you're making tea, leave the bag in, it doesn't matter. Controversial. Don't shoot to wound either. Well, this is it. They don't wing them. The police officers, they have access to a firing range and as many bullets as they want, apparently. But they can't seem to just fucking clip someone in the back of the leg. They can't just wing somebody or kneecap somebody. They shoot them in the fucking neck and chest. And it's like, I mean, you're training, you should be fucking going for the leg, you know? If somebody charges you and you can get a shot into their leg, they're not charging at anybody anymore. That's excruciatingly painful. And obviously then they're going to need medical assistance, which is going to cost more, and you're going to have to pay for that because, well, I mean, maybe the defendant, maybe the person that was running has to pay for it because they threatened a police officer. But yeah, but hopefully the body camera is allowing them to straighten out what is and isn't allowed because, yeah, for a long time now, the police have been pushing it a bit too fucking far and being a bit too fucking aggressive, you know, well, a lot too aggressive in some cases, but yeah. Master country of killing innocents. They don't shoot to wound either. Still a equal innocent. Yeah, human beings. The thing is, a human being, if guilty, should stand trial to be proven guilty before being sent to jail because that's the punishment for being guilty, right? Being shot down in the fucking street is not, you know, a hearing. It's not a judge. It's not a judge's decision to gun them down. If somebody escapes from prison and they are known to be, you know, then maybe you could authorize that level of force because they could get hold of a gun and just start shooting people indiscriminately. So, but yeah, when they just fucking start opening fire on kids and they say, oh, they had a gun, you planted a gun on them. After you pulled the trigger and you realized, fuck, I'm going to lose my job. You planted a gun on them. Don't fucking bullshit us. They've been caught on video planting drugs and planting guns. So we know the fucking tricks they use. But yeah. Well, white people need to sacrifice their privilege and stand with people of colour. Yeah, for sure. 100%. 100%. How about shitting thing and getting killed over is not less bad because a person is more... Yeah, it's, well, yeah. Yeah. Anybody being killed is bad. We can avoid that. It's 2026. You know, we have technology, we have all sorts of other stuff. I'm sure we can figure out a way to not kill each other, if possible. It's a US problem where people should do that because don't kill people of colour around. Yeah, I mean, the police shouldn't really be fucking... The police shouldn't be opening fire on anybody in the street. They should be trained and equipped to deal with talking a situation down. And if they can't talk the situation down, they should never get themselves into a scenario where they have to pull their gun for their own safety. They should realise they're unable and ill-equipped to deal with the situation on their own, and they need to get backup, you know? And people say, well, how long before the backup arrives? Well, there's always a fucking policeman. There's always a fucking policeman floating around in there because they fine you for things. They're always floating around fishing for people doing something so they can find them because it's revenue stream for them. So there are policemen out there, you know, there are police personnel out there, you know. History has allowed this. They've been known to forget to turn on the... Yeah, they forget to turn on the body cams. Well, the body cam was damaged in the altercation. Yeah, of course it was. Very common over here. The rest of the Western world forget to change. Forget to charge. It has to be the cultural problem in the US with all the shooting of people of colour and other innocent people because it doesn't happen everywhere. I mean, guns... Clearly, human beings can't be trusted with guns as much as some people think. And they need to get their heads around the fact that places like Australia, they had guns and there was a couple of mass shootings and they said, right... That's it, no more guns. Everybody's got to hand in their guns. And yeah, you can look at the photographs. There were mountains of fucking guns. Piles and piles of guns being burnt and, you know, destroyed, put through shredders and stuff, just to get rid of them all. And they haven't had a shooting since. So, you know, it's possible. Australia did it, you know, and I know America's a bit bigger than Australia, but in principle, it worked. no accountability for law enforcement. In current situation, the administration is saying that these ICE agent thugs are absolute immunity, so basically they can do whatever the fuck they want without consequences. Yeah, they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? They've always existed, but they never abused like this. Obama deported close to 3 million illegal immigrants, but he did it lawfully with people who were already in prison for criminal charges. See, this is the thing, is I hear people defending ICE saying Obama deported way more people, but as you say, they fucking did it legally, and these people were already in prison, right? So they had already committed a crime, and they were illegal immigrants, so therefore, yeah, they were fucking got rid of. Because, yeah. Well, we're going to have to stop and buy some more bait soon. Yes, excuse me, let me just make sure I haven't missed any messages because I want to read all these ones, sorry. Always existed, lawfully charges. Belgian police are famous for chasing kids on e-scooters in parks and running them over. Yeah, well, I mean, kids stealing scooters in London and then going on joyrides and stealing people's phones and stuff. Like, at some point, the only thing you can do is crash into them to make them fall off the bike, and people are like, oh my God, that's terrible. But the problem is, what the police found is when they chase these kids on mopeds, the kids usually end up crashing into other people, or, you know, heaven forbid, like someone with a baby or something. So they end up crashing into other people. So they're the ones that are breaking the law. So they are putting themselves at risk by riding around these, riding these scooters everywhere. So when you crash into them, yes, somebody is being harmed by the police, but they are a danger to the public, and therefore it's kind of acceptable to knock them off the moped. And if they're on a moped without a helmet, they shouldn't be on a moped without a helmet. You're supposed to wear a helmet. So if you get on one, that's on you, you know? So it is a bit cold-hearted, but they are causing absolute havoc and they need to be stopped, so. Especially that thing, earn more if more people are getting put in jail. Shit. Well, yeah, prisons are a business in the US. It's crazy. Healthcare and prisons are both profit-driven enterprises. It's fucking scary. It's like a whole new level of capitalism that's terrifying to me here in England. It's weird, no kids run from the cops has to shoot run from the cops has to shoot cops too. They don't shoot people on innocent people in other countries. I mean, shoot innocent people. I saw a cell phone recording of a guy throwing a rock at a cop and then running away, so they shot him in the back. Yeah, I mean, throwing a rock it's a stupid thing to do, but I think, yeah, being shot is a bit of an overreaction. The thing is, I think a lot of them are very insecure white men in the police force, and they get a bit of a power trip. And that's kind of the same in the UK. You get the occasional police officer, and they clearly got bullied at school, and they clearly have a chip on their shoulder with everyone, and they want to fucking exert dominance over everyone, and they're a complete insufferable cunt about everything. And then you get the occasional police officer that's been doing it for like 30 years, and they don't add any more energy to the situation. They disarm, they talk things down, they don't want to get involved in any violence. They try and do things the most, simple and easiest and safest way possible. And they're mostly fine. They're mostly okay. But you do get the fucking insecure little white man that's got a badge and he's going to make it everyone else's problem. And that's the issue. They don't vet people properly. They don't psychoanalyze these people. But yeah. Didn't mean Belgian ICE isn't even required to have body cams. They're using their own personal cell phone footage to push their own narratives. Except in Chicago, where they crack down on requiring it for the... Yeah, everyone should be wearing a camera, and every time your actions aren't recorded on camera, there should be doubt cast on your actions. And if you can't prove you were doing it for the right reasons, you're just as bad as them. Because a lot of the time, that's what it is. The police antagonize somebody until they react, and when they react, they then clip them on their body cams and say, well, they were fucking verbally aggressive, so we fucking tased them and locked them up. But what they don't show is the police were fucking antagonizing this person who wasn't doing anything wrong. They were antagonizing them for hours, triggering them into fucking doing something. And they do it at riots. When you get... riots. They do it at protests. At protests, they agitate and they fucking antagonize the protesters until they react, until they push back. The second they push back, the fucking media are all over it. They get one photograph of a fucking young person pushing a policeman onto the ground. What they don't show is that person was squashed into a fucking group of people. They call it kettling. They fucking kettle people together until the kettle boils. And when the kettle boils and they push back, then the fucking force has been deployed by the assailant, and that's it. The police can do what the fuck they want. But they only ever show the pictures of the fucking people pushing policemen back. But what they don't show is actually when you look at that scene, when you take that scene and look at Google Maps, you realise that was 500 people being squashed into a dead end, and people were getting crushed. So of course they were going to push back. But as soon as they push back and the police can retaliate, oh, young people are fighting with the police. Narrative sold. It's fucking pathetic how they fucking manipulate things. I have an automatic rifle at home like every person in Switzerland, but we don't go around shooting random people. Yeah, culturally it's a bit different, I think, of course. People can possess weapons and be cultural and be okay in some cultures, but clearly America is not one of those cultures. I really don't believe it's a purely US problem. I think that it reduces and simplifies the argument quite a lot. Police here do also shoot based on racial prejudices less frequently, and the US simply due to lower numbers of armed forces, but it does happen, and people of colour are disproportionately mistreated in custody. And I'm not sure that reducing discussion of this country has this culture, but nowhere else does, is a little bit oversimplified and borders on red flag behaviour. Yeah, I think that it's worse in America owing to the fact that everybody has a gun. Almost everybody carries a gun in some parts of America, and it makes it very difficult to police that kind of culture. But yes, racism within police forces is a problem that exists in many different first world countries, for sure. And racism and the militias and the fucking coups and military takeovers of stuff, there's racial tensions in other parts of the world as well, for sure. Definitely. To make one mistake, that's fine, pardon. Innocent people are really threatening. And state don't make comments like that in that federal. Innocent people or people they're really threatening them. Well, if someone's threatening somebody, I don't think they're innocent, but yeah. Enormous riots over federal shooting of a young black man. They got reported as student rioting over loans to cover up the... Exactly, this is the thing. There's still that, I think, is an issue limited to certain countries. I think it's reductionist and not very fair about this country versus that country. Yes, institutionalized racism and institutionalized sexism exists in both, in both the UK and the US, and it has, forms in other parts of the world where I don't have any experience, so I can't speak on that. Much in the same way that people say that football has a racism problem, football doesn't have a racism problem. Society has a racism problem, and football is a big part of society, culturally. So it's not fair to say that people that go to football are racist. They're not. They are just people, and there are a lot of them because football is a very popular form of entertainment in the UK and sport. So when you take a large group like the country, and then you take a large chunk of that group, which is representative in some way, shape or form, you end up with a cross-section of many, many different demographics that all have a linking factor in the fact they like football. Racism is a societal problem. It's not a football problem. It's a societal problem. Echo chambers exist outside of football where things are racist. So, yeah, it's not fair to sort of narrow it down and say that all football fans are inherently racist. They're not. Actually, there's a lot of very good football fans, but there's also a lot of bad ones. But there's a lot of good people in society, but there's also a lot of bad people in society. It's reflective, So I don't think it's the right lens to sort of, say that particular demographic has a problem with racism or sexism. Racism and sexism and discrimination in general are problems that permeate most of the culture in society in first world countries, especially in the one that I'm from. And none of it is okay. None of it is okay. We shouldn't say that because it's only that demographic over there, we shouldn't do anything about it. No, that behaviour permeates into many different aspects of society, and it affects people in many different ways, and it's not right. I'll leave it there. Yeah, we don't need to start an argument, of course. We can debate things, but yeah. Never owned a gun, and I've never been so tempted to get one until now. Well, yeah, this is the thing, is, if it comes down to the, if it feels as if, right, what's crazy to me is in America, you guys had a civil war with the North and the South. What's crazy to me is I see the beginnings of a civil war between the right and the left, which is terrifying because nobody wants a civil war at all. But I'm starting to see tensions rise from across the pond. And obviously I don't live there. I don't know exactly what's going on, but the gist I get is that the right and the left, because of the overly polarized culture in America where people are very left or very right, and the spectrum in the middle is very, very devoid of any centrist Excuse me, I can't fucking breathe today again. But yeah, I feel as if the echo chambers that are forming, the way the media and class warfare is being perpetuated to divide people and make them easier to sort of exploit, you're ending up with the left versus the right rather than the north versus the south, and that's pretty terrifying to me. Pretty terrifying because, yeah, I've got friends in the US and I don't want a war to break out there at all. Someone shoots on the cops that are out. If someone shoots at a policeman, that's a different. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about situations where people that are unarmed or very, very lightly armed are set upon by multiple armed officers and they get shot to death for a reason that isn't justifiable at all. That's what we're talking about, because that does happen. I think the hooligan culture in football is very bad for the whole sport. Yeah, I mean, hooliganism is... The thing is, people were like, oh, football makes people into hooligans. It's like, well, no, you have hooligans in Russia. Russia, there's lots and lots of subcultures where male-dominated spaces perpetuate a hooliganistic kind of behaviours. And it's more to do with men in groups that are unregulated than it is to do with football. It's just groups of men fighting each other and trying to prove that they're better than each other, and, you know, becoming very violent towards each other. And there's violence between men exists outside of sport, outside of entertainment, outside of all sorts of things. There's many different places where men fight each other for various different reasons. So again, I don't think violence is a football problem. I think violence, male on male violence, is and obviously domestic violence as well, because when a man lives in a world where violence is used to solve problems, that then spills over into their other parts of their life when it shouldn't. It shouldn't have happened in the first place, you know. And unfortunately, a lot of these men that are very, very physically violent, they have physical violence as a very early part of their life, where physical violence was committed against them and they were made to feel weak and powerless. And that then spurs them to become physically strong to defend themselves. But in the process, they become a little bit corrupted by the power of being physically dominant. And they get carried away by it, and they're not talked down or spoken to in a way that makes them understand that violence is not the answer. They just realize they can do whatever the fuck they want if they're harder than everyone else in the room, and that's a problem. That's a problem. And again, it's a societal problem. So yeah. anything that has is mainstream has a racism problem, indicates racism problem in the country as a whole. Exactly. Racism happened from every colour, not only white either. But I think the racism that white people commit is significantly worse. I think that only one race kept another race as slaves, for the most part. I know that slave owners existed that were people of colour, but we're not going to go into that sort of minutiae for this discussion. Yes, that happened, but not in the degree that would make it significant for this discussion. White people took black people from Africa to use as slaves, and that is abhorrently unforgivable. And for what it's worth to any of my friends who are people of colour, I know that the ancestors of your culture died before they got an apology, and all I can do is apologise on behalf of my ancestors. My ancestors are dead and buried, and they shouldn't have done what they did, and I apologise. For what it's worth, I apologise on their behalf. Regardless of whether they want me to or not, I'm going to apologise on their behalf. I'm going to give that to you because I think you fucking deserve it. It's the least I could fucking do. As well as helping to try and dismantle the institutionalised racism that still exists. But anyway. Civil war is happening, I think, given our history. We're prone to have another, and in my opinion, it's already started. I'm really sorry to hear about that, Sakobacon. That's fucking terrifying, dude. If you need to get out of the country and be safe, then I can try and house as many of you as possible. But I've only got a flat to live in, I'm afraid. Living here now, I just plan my first gun purchase because it doesn't look good. Yeah, well, and this is the thing. People that don't want guns are feeling the need to get guns because they need to protect themselves against the people that have guns. It's fucking terrifying, dudes. Try and become a Republican. We should let them the first time they wish they weren't part of the country. They invaded. I meant if someone shoot on cops. I mean, it happened in London riots if a guy was innocent or not, because he would say every person killed by cops are innocent. Of course, some places many are innocent. Yeah, I think we are at a stage where people have been killed by the police, and the evidence that they're supposed to provide to prove that they were, a threat and they were justified, they were threatened, and therefore they were justified in their self-defense, that never seems to materialize, and the family never gets the closure they deserve. That person is killed. The police officer is put on leave, paid leave, so they get time off work paid, and then they go back to working in the police force, or they get transferred to another part of the another part of the jurisdiction. So yeah, it's not, the closure is never really sort of, you know, bestowed upon the people that have lost a brother or a son or a friend or a sister or whatever. The families aren't left with any closure. Justice doesn't feel like it's been served, and yeah, the system perpetuates. And at a certain point, you know, young black men in America who have been, you know, harassed and pestered by the police, they know they're only one bad traffic stop away from getting shot. And at some point, they are just... there is this kind of idea that's perpetuated by the right in America that these young black kids just walk up and just start fucking firing at the police, and it's not true. They shoot at each other over drugs and over territory and everything else, because drugs are a much more, you know, reliable way to make money than employment, apparently, in certain parts of the country. And it's the same in the UK. I'm not dogging on the US. It's the same in the UK. There are parts of London where finding a job that will support you is fundamentally impossible. Nobody will hire you. Minimum wage is way too low. Rent is way too high. And kids just don't have a fucking option. If you're not a brilliant football player or an Olympic athlete, you're fucked. You've got nothing. Like, even if you had a minimum wage job, that ain't going to fucking support you. It's not enough. Everything's too expensive. So they are kind of left on this situation. Like, if you can harden up enough to be a criminal, you can earn good money. But day in, day out, when they see working class people dragging themselves onto the tube and looking fucking miserable and driving very, very beaten up cars, wearing very beaten up clothes, and never going on holiday and living in a terrible flat, and then they see a drug dealer with a fucking brand new BMW, brand new Nikes, brand new iPhone, brand new jewelry, earning a bunch of money, what do you think they're going to get fucking brainwashed into thinking is the way forward? It's not right, but they're a product of their environment. You know, these are good kids. I've met them. They're good kids. They have hopes and dreams. They have subjective preferences to certain kinds of media. And given the chance, they would go into that kind of media, and they would be good at it. They would be a good photographer. They would be a good painter. They would be a good poet. They would be a good sculptor. They would be a good something. But they just get stuck in this fucking trap of needing money. And they may end up being bad men, but they start off as good kids. I promise you, they're fucking good kids. They are good kids. And the world makes them cold and heartless, and they turn to what makes the most money, because that's the rat race. And it's fucking heartbreaking, because I see a kid who's a really fucking good skateboarder, or a really good photographer, or a really good writer, and then suddenly their work dries up, and then they're fucking nicked. And they need someone to come pick them up from prison. And you haven't seen them in 6 years. And the person that walks out of those fucking gates, it's not the same kid. There's this fucking cold, stony kind of glaze that goes over their eyes. They don't see any light in the world anymore. They're gone. That person is gone. That guy in front of you is good at something, but what they do is not very fucking nice. But they found a niche. They found a way to earn a living. And it fucking breaks my heart, man. Because I hope inside them somewhere is still that kid that's good at drawing or painting or something, or making jokes, you know. I hope it's still in there somewhere, and I hope that they can find a job that supports them enough that they can reignite that passion and follow it, because that's what they're good at. That's what they were born to do, in my opinion. But yeah, it pisses me off, man, because I grew up in a nice house with a nice family, and I had all these niceties, and I could follow my dreams. And they didn't get that, and that's not fucking fair. It isn't fucking fair on them. And then society fucking pariahs them as these evil fucking gremlins of the street, and fucking write stories about how they're fucking heartless and terrible and fucking, yeah. And they wonder why they fucking hate everything. Fucking shit, man. It's fucking shit. Anyway, sorry. I'm not going to fucking get depressed and start talking about this stuff. We're going to play a video game. But yeah, don't fucking judge kids that grew up in fucking projects and fucking economically disenfranchised areas. Don't fucking judge them, man. A lot of them would have done something really good with their lives if they had the fucking opportunity, but they just fucking didn't. Anyway, we'll move on. You see seagulls flying around, flying all around some seawaters. That's a sign that you need to be wary, Fry, because the seagulls flock to whatever the big octopus appear. Big octos, I tell you, those things don't mess around. All the info I've got to offer. Okay, well, I already know that, but yeah. But yeah, Appreciate the conversation. It's nice to have someone to talk about this stuff. Yeah, and the thing is, I like talking about stuff. I like sort of, sharing my experiences. And like I say, I rode BMX for fucking years, and I skateboarded for years. I may finish that. We've got a fucking Blue Balls. We haven't seen a Blue Balls in chat for ages. Lou, how's it going? Good to see you. I saw that you went on a hike with somebody else that streams. I had no idea you guys knew each other. But I hope you guys had a nice hike. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. I hope you're all good. Excuse me, what? A group hike? Well, there were two people. Both streamed in the past, I believe. But yeah, I didn't know that they knew each other. I was like, oh, I think I recognize that person. I think I recognize that person as well. But yeah. I mean, technically, we're all here illegally. I have some Native American in my blood. It's part of my ancestry, but is a native here. But most people, this is it. Is that in America they're very, very precious over these immigrants coming over here. But America isn't. I mean, how many 100 years old is America? Like people from, I think it was England, emigrated from England to America. So. But yeah, when you look at the history of human beings moving around the planet looking for places to settle, people are from all over the place. Everyone's from all over the place. That's the heritage of the human race. Yeah. Technically, we're all here illegal. Well, UK ancestors and US ancestors did a shit ton more slavery than like a small Sweden did. Country, I remember it was a country that UK slave trades barter goods. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, slavery has existed all over the world. Slavery has existed, and that's obviously abhorrent and wrong. But the slave trade, making it into an enterprise and trafficking people as products, is another layer that England, and I won't say anything about America, it's not my history to talk about, but in England, bartering for slaves, it's fucking abhorrently disgusting. Absolutely fucking abhorrently. And obviously, there are patriots of this country that doctored the history books to teach us in school that England was this great country. But we have some pretty horrible shit in our past. And I think it's only right. It would be disingenuous to pretend like it didn't exist. Talking about these subjects is important because people need to understand that, Great Britain and the Great British Empire, it was slavery and fucking savagery. We went around with fucking muskets shooting at Aborigine people. It's fucking disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I think that if we don't own up to that and seek forgiveness, then, we're deluding ourselves into thinking that we're better than anyone else, because we're not. We're terrible. England's history is terrible. Terrible, terrible history. And the worst thing is this country's so fucked, but we fucked over so many other countries to be better, to be a better country, and we've still fucked it ourselves. That's the thing that's really pissing me off, is that things are fucked here right now. Things are really fucked in many different ways. But a couple of 100 years ago, before I was even born, England was going around fucking destroying other places, making them massively economically stunted and behind because of all the resources that we stole from them. And then we stole a bunch of historic artifacts to put them in a museum so people didn't have to travel to see parts of other people's culture. There's a bunch of stolen artifacts in museums all over London. But yeah, anyway, I won't get into this too much. But yeah, as I say, for what it's worth, to all my friends and people out there that are people of colour, on behalf of my ancestors, even if they didn't have the fucking minerals to apologise, I do. And I apologise for what they did. It was fucking wrong. And you deserve an apology. I know it doesn't mean much coming from me this late in the day. I know a lot of water has passed under the bridge, but I still feel that you guys deserve an apology, and I'm happy to give it to you because, yeah, you deserve it. Because, yeah, what was done was fucking wrong. Not exactly. Slavery was a very global problem. Slavery was present in Asia, Africa, well before European nations arrived. White people are also enslaved for a long time. Yeah, like I say, slavery has existed in various different formats, but yeah, I think, what the UK and America did was, pretty fucking bad. I think it was a different level. Also, Russia did like 40% of their population says ancient physical Soviet Union was like slavery. Yeah, well, yeah, communism. Yeah, very hard nosed communism was obviously kind of slavery as well. But yeah, appreciate appreciate the conversation. It's nice to have someone to talk about this stuff. Group hike, fucking, this man speaks to me personally, especially as someone who's had a troubled childhood, barely had power, lost my brothers to social services twice, and ran away from home to live on the streets. Well, yeah, exactly, Nilo. You've been through the fucking ringer, and you've still managed to come out of it a good person, a good, kind-hearted person who wants to be friendly and, you know, create things and make things, you know, and you've always been very kind and friendly to me. So, you know, the world tried really fucking hard to turn you into a bad person, but it didn't. You managed to resolve yourself to be a good person, and there's something incredibly inspiring about that. So thank you for being you, dude. Seriously. A group. I did do that. It was a very lovely weekend. I'm okay, thank you. How are you doing? I'm not too bad, not too bad. Other than the world being a complete shit show, I'm all right. But I should be playing the fucking video game. I'm sorry, everyone that wants to see the video game. I will get back to it in a second, I promise. We've got an ad break coming up as well, but yeah, I will get back to it in a second, I promise. My chair is older than the USA. Well, this is the thing, right? Is there was an American tourist, and they were like, why are there cables just nailed to the wall in this pub? And somebody was like, because that pub predates electricity. Those stone walls in that tavern were built hundreds of years before we learned to put electricity into cables. And you could see in the comment section, Americans were like, how is that even true? That doesn't make any fucking sense, because their country hasn't been around that long, so they don't understand the concept that some of the buildings in because I heard something I think it's one of those facts that sounds hard to believe, but apparently I think there's a building that was around when the dinosaurs were still on the earth, but I don't believe it. I think it was some sort of twist on words. But yeah, I think maybe there was I'm not too sure. I need to double check that. I think maybe I'm misinterpreting something somebody said, but yeah, I think something tells me at Oxford College or something has been around for a very long. There's a college that's been around for a very long time. But maybe what they said was just clickbait to make me click on the video. But yeah, I need to double check that, because I still don't believe that to be true. But yeah, I have an Italian heritage that emigrated here in the early 1900s. Yeah, and this is it. There's loads of people that are well entrenched in the American financial system that are technically immigrants, but because they earn a bunch of money and pay a bunch of tax, they're okay. But the people that have come to America, not to here, but they've come to America, sorry. I'm in the UK, but they've come to America to find work and the land of opportunity, to build a business, and to, you know, they're not allowed to anymore, because all the people that want to be rich have got rich, so they don't want anyone else to have a chance at building a business that might you know, come in to compromise theirs and their profit margins. It's pathetic, you know? They don't want to give people the same opportunities that their ancestors got, and it's pathetic. Anyway, I have waffled all the way up to another fucking ad break, so I'm going to have to take a quick ad break and hydrate properly, do a quick stretch from my back, because I felt it tweak a second ago. But yes, like I say, I don't want to shy away from these conversations. Having a conversation with you guys is one of the funnest things about streaming, and obviously having a conversation and engaging with people is very important for a stream. And I think that's one of the focuses I want to continue to focus on in 2026. And I was in 2024 and 2025 is trying to drive the conversation as much as possible, because I'm a streamer. But yes, unfortunately, we do have ad breaks that come along every so often. But yeah, like I say, there's a lot of imbalances that are still not quite being resolved. For women and girls, for people of color, for, you know, economic classes and stuff. And there is an equilibrium out there in the future somewhere. And I may never see it in my lifetime, but I still have to fight for it. I still have to move that ball up the hill, that boulder up the hill. I have to move it up the hill a little bit. I have to do my bit to try and work towards a better society, because we can't work towards making the world a better place. What are we fucking doing? What's the point of society if we're not working to make it a better place? Anyway, as I say, the ad break's going to start in a second. Good evening, Shiva. Welcome in, Shiva the Tigress. The ad break is going to start in a second. I'm going to pop you guys over there. I'll be right back, and then we will carry on with the game, I promise. Is a fucking clip player broken again? Fuck's sake. See, I can use memes. I can use memes from the other scene. But they're not part of this scene. Bear with me a moment, chat. Oh, get fucked. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome back. Fucking honestly, dude, I swear to God, like, I don't know what it is, but like somehow, like making a clip player that just grabs a list of your clips. I don't want to make a list of my own clips, every symbol hyperlink in a fucking notepad. I don't want to do it. I can't be asked. I think I'm going to have to, but yeah. But yeah, fucking the clip player. I swear to God, I find one that works. And I mean, we did a shout out earlier. We did a clip shout out earlier. We did a clip shout out for Becca, and they work. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same service. I think it's the same clip. It is. It's the same clip. But yeah, because or is it just my clips? It's just my clips. I'm this close to make. Yeah, I don't know. Well, if I can make it in stream, I can make it in stream. Is it just my fucking clips? Is it just my clips that won't work? Anti-white man shaking my head. I won't do that either. Okay, so it won't do a shout out like that. Yeah, dudes, that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. Anyway, should we play some video games? But yes, let me make sure if I've missed a message that's important, please feel free to add me. It's perfectly fine. I don't want to miss any, but yeah. If I'm anything, I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I think you're a true gem through and through, but I appreciate you, Nilo. Thank you, dude. Gobless, 10%. Who's this? Pelis. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? Excusez-moi. Shares on these from sure when to learn about trade existed in many other countries. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. Slavery and slave trade to a certain degree existed in different places, but I think the UK and the US were the worst offenders. I think that's fairly accepted as a fact, which is obviously a bit of a shame because what we did was wrong. Did do an ancestry trial, but I don't think I was able to find that info. I should try that again. I thought about it, but yeah. I learned a lot about the Great British Empire in my geography degree, and it made me so very sad. Yeah, it's fucking terrible when you're sort of like, we conquered here, and we conquered here, and we conquered here. We were unstoppable. It's like, well, you took a bunch of cannons and muskets, and they were fucking indigenous people just trying to develop agriculture sufficient to support themselves. They were just trying to grow food. They weren't developing weapons because they weren't fucking insane. You went up and fucking shot a bunch of people that were using pitchforks to till the land. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But the history books like, oh yeah, we conquered the world. It's like, yeah, but the world was full of people that had no idea that they were being conquered. Just a bunch of poor fucking indigenous cultures that were trying to survive because they had the misfortune of being born somewhere where growing enough food to survive took all of their time. That's the thing. In the UK, our temperate climate and ability to grow food easily meant agriculture was easy to develop. That freed us up to build all kinds of other things. And one of the first things we did was build a bunch of fucking weapons to go and fucking shoot at people. But yeah, fuck the UK. It's not a good history. It's not. Anyway. Also have Norway roots, but I'm not sure when they came. Really? Okay. Check out Portuguese Empire too. Both are very bad. Portugal with Brazil did 40% of all transatlantic traffic. Yeah, and people have cashed in on it, and people have cashed in on it along the way. But yeah, we had to abolish it in the end, right, to stop it. But we should have abolished it, much sooner. But we abolished it fairly early. But yeah, Not early enough, if you ask me. Met some American tourists yesterday, and they were like, "Do you guys have many mountains and hills? Why don't you make it less mountainish?" I was like, "For fuck's sake, are you trying to make people angry? This dumb." It was on top of the house. You should have less You should make it less mountainy.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I don't get to use that one. I thought as a streamer I was going to get a bunch of dumb questions, so I made that, and I never get a chance to use it. It's such a shame because it's one of the funny ones I've got. Great grandpa went to Duluth and worked at Henry Ford, digged for gold, and some restaurants in California. Oh, it's quite a history. No clue or interest in my ancestry. Yeah, I mean, ignorance is bliss, right? Some of us understand that the US is 250 years old this year. England is centuries older. My ancestors came from Scotland in the 1600s and from Germany in the 1800s. We're all immigrants. Exactly. And in the UK, a bunch of Vikings came and fucking took over. And then the French invaded. And, there's all sorts of like overlap with cultures invading other cultures and stuff. And the war and shooting each other. But, the movement of people has always existed. So the concept of immigrants, because of some line we drew in the sand, because of territory, because we're all fucking precious over territory. It's just, and the lines we drew in the sand to fucking divide up the Middle East, and the wars that have come of that, that was, we designated what parts of the country belonged to who, because we fucking took over. And they're still fighting wars about it to this day, and it's just a fucking made up border. You could redefine it, as we move forward. But people would rather fight wars over it rather than give up a bit of land. Want to go there sometime because I've heard that he lived and it's still not been torn down yet. Some really nice areas near the Great Lakes. There's also a boundary of waters by Canada. I've been wanting to do a kayaking trip there sometime. Canada is so fucking beautiful, dude. There's so many parts of Red Dead Redemption 2 that make me feel like, damn, like there's parts of Canada that look like that. It's fucking freezing, but it's beautiful. But yeah. Pretty common in Sweden with free skiing outside just a random mountain. Craziest thing I've done was walking coast to coast from Sweden coast to Norwegian coast in Trondheim, in a city in Norway. We walked over the mountain passes, hiked over the mountains. A snowstorm started. We had 20, 30 meter winds up there. It just fucking keeps jumping around and I lose my spot. I had to go to Sweden. So yeah, I wish I could travel more. But at the moment I can't even fucking afford a hotel in Birmingham for DreamHack at the moment, unfortunately. Anti-Swede Danish technology. I think many forget Portugal Empire, Spain and Portugal. The Swedes just kidnapping ladies and slaughter everyone else and stole shit. Yeah, human beings are not very nice. Like, we've got a pretty terrible history across the board, but I think the UK committed some serious atrocities, which I'm happy to apologise for. No black marks in its history. Belgium, don't Google, let me live a blissful ignorance. Next time you start asking every dumb question. Another quote in the same vein is, God give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'm going to need bail money. Yeah, I've had that one. Yeah, if I could good old days, even found America. The guest should depart, not stay too long at a friend's fire. Swedish proverb. History is wild. It's something I've been more interested in learning more about lately. Psych background says, yeah, so you can look at how people thought and felt about things back in the day, and you can apply modern psychology to it to understand it better. It's an interesting take. You can get an interesting take on things. Should have gone to Stockholm's DreamHack with me, probably cheaper. Yeah. They get some good events there, to be fair. That's about it. Netherlands also never did anything bad. Like DreamHack in Sweden, the land party. Well, that's what it was, right? Because I saw photographs of DreamHack, and it was this fucking enormous land party, this enormous events hall full of people, just CRT monitors humming away. It must have been like 1,000 degrees in there, because those things used to kick out some heat, especially at 120 hertz. They used to kick out some fucking heat. And so, speaking of monitors kicking out heat, I had an office job in the 90s, and back in the 90s we had LCD screens, right? Not LED like we have now. We had LCD screens, and they were fucking dog shit, but they were slightly slimmer. Well, they were quite a lot slimmer and lighter and more power efficient than CRT TVs. So they were like a panel, and on the back the monitor had loads and loads and loads of vents to let out the heat from, you know, LCD screens, right? Because they do generate a fair bit of heat. And I was working in this office, and we had a pod of desks, and this kid didn't really like someone else that worked there. And what he did was he slowly started filling this kid's monitor vents with blue tack. And he would then colour them in with a dry white marker to make it look black so you wouldn't notice. And obviously over the course of months, what happened was this monitor slowly started getting hotter and hotter. And I don't know if you've ever smelt like plastic and like circuit board adhesive that's getting a bit too hot, but this fucking screen was fucking cooking itself. And this kid was like, I'm going to turn the brightness down, the screen's getting a bit funny. And then when you moved, there was this trail behind the mouse, even though that was an option in Windows. But no, like when you moved a window, there was this ghostly trail because the fucking pixels were really slow because the fucking thing was like overheating itself. Oh my fucking God. That shit fucking killed me. Oh, fucking hell. Conquered the ocean. People lived there in the US for thousands of years before white people. Well, this is it. Is that the natives? You know, they lived there long before, you know, the American race moved there. But yeah, at 1 million on DreamHack like 20 years ago, and the population was 8 million. Vikings at least traded with the natives when we found instead of killing them. Well, I think a lot of Vikings pillaged and did some other things that are pretty nasty. Remember projection TVs, you had to sit directly in front so everything lined up to... Yeah, I remember we got a game for the arcade I used to work in, and it was it was one of the modern Time Crisis games, but it had like a machine gun rather than a pistol, and it wasn't mounted. You could actually pick it up and shoulder it like a proper rifle. But that had this enormous, great big, like 140, 150 inch screen. And obviously it was a projection screen because, you know, making a screen that big, a panel that big was just, you know, ridiculous. And obviously flat packing it down would be... So it was a projection screen, and I didn't know it was a projection screen. I just thought it was a very sort of simple kind of LCD or LED screen with a sort of a sheet over the top to protect it. But then some kid lost their temper and threw a chair through it, and the whole screen the chair just disappeared behind the screen, but then it was still projecting on what was left of the film on the front, on the projector surface. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I realized what a projector screen was. I was like, but they've been around for ages. You get the 3 lights that all coalesce. Like you say, it all coalesces into a picture unless you're not quite centered. Then you get this crazy 3-band sort of, you know, RGB primary color kind of like bloom on everything. Jesus fuck. Natives came from Polynesia, I think, of course, but we did in America. They had fur, and we need fur for cold weather back home. Tons of other stuff like whale meat and silver that used silver, I think. But in Scandinavia, we were taught in history that Columbus found the Caribbean, and Norwegian found America back in 1100. Yeah, I'm not too sure who discovered what. It's been so long, and obviously I wasn't there, so... Let's be careful sailing these waters on nights when the moon is full. If you like pure soul-freezing horror, Fry, then maybe you can handle it. That's all the info I've got to offer. Okay, so there's something spooky around here. Okay. There's some treasure here somewhere. Leif Erikson was his name. We have statues of him and everything. Ooh. Watching you on a 65-inch 4K TV. Fucking hell, that's terrifying. But thank you. No, it's a handful of community members have sent me pictures of me like up on the TV in the living room, and I'm like, fucking. I don't think I deserve that honor, like to be on the fucking main TV in the house, you know, on someone's computer or phone. Yeah, fine. But yeah, up on the big screen, you know. To fix the cataract surgery. Right now I can't see my typing very well either. But I'm not going to hold you over spelling mistakes or anything, because I mean I will defend myself because I have my laptop on a laptop arm floating above my desk. Typing on it is not the easiest. And also it's a laptop keyboard, which is not the most ideal thing to type on. And also sometimes I'm typing a bit too fast. But yeah, I mistype stuff all the time. However, I do feel as if autocorrect suddenly became like 70% worse in the last couple of years, and I suspect that the whole sort of, you know, AI chatbot, chat assistant thing is here to try and, you know, to make everyone feel like, oh, I need to get a chat assistant because typing is so difficult, right? What they've done is they've just made autocorrect fucking terrible. So you have to keep retyping things. Whereas if you just asked an AI to type it for you, it will be quicker and easier for you, but that's what they want. They want to charge you for it. Oh, is that a chest? Oh, there is a chest on. Okay. Suppose I should go and have a look at the chest. At the very least. Fuck off. Oh, I hate the fucking... I hate when they go electric. It's so annoying. Laser eye surgery coming up, but no, it's all better to see you with. Right now, I can't see typing very well. Yeah, well, I hope the procedure worked, and obviously from now on, you're able to see things a bit more clearly. I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. Excuse me, I'm flat as fuck because of long COVID. My fucking throat and nose are so bad. I can see all obstacles in my way. Me a bright sunshiny day. Wasn't good singing before COVID either.
Stop.
I've been told I have a good singing voice. I don't think I do, but you know. If I get rich, I'll rent Times Square billboard and just put Crumb Stream up there. That would be hilarious. A bunch of New Yorkers like, hey, who the fuck is this wise guy? He's named after a piece of fucking bread. You'd send me a message saying, Bread, you're live in Times Square right now. And I'd be like, hey, I'm streaming here. And somebody would probably shoot the screen. Excuse me. Shit, have I got any bait? Go back to your fish and Earl Grey, Thatcher. I don't have any bait, chat. Is what's his chops around? No, he's not. Fuck. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to figure this one out. Make New York go right over a British man turning to the 70s New York again. Oh God. Hopefully not. I should be seeing a lot better by next month. Fingers crossed. I hope so, Samurai. I hope so. I hope so. What's going on over here? You. Right, so it looks as if there might be a doorway behind it. So if I get to the island from the other side... Is there a way onto the island from the other side where I can turn it off? Or do I need something? Or do I do the Wind Waker spell to... Can't control it nearby. So yeah, how would we stop that? I reckon an arrow would travel fast enough and... But I suspect a bomb will just immediately get yeeted to the right. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, red line. Oh no, it ended up in the we're in the water, so it didn't go off. Okay. Right, so we don't have enough bait, unfortunately, and I don't see beetle anywhere, unfortunately, as well. Big part of the Norwegian, but then again, you sing a bit when speaking. Yeah, well, if the lyrics of a song come up, the song gets stuck in my head, you know. And I can't remember. I was trying to remember who actually sung the artist. You know, I can see clearly now the rain has gone. Because it was in that funny era of time where like pop music was actually just other music that was popular rather than people making music to be pop music. You know, music was, you know, pop music was governed by what was popular, so it had to be good. Whereas now, anything but, it would seem. Johnny Nash? I don't know. I'm not sure. Good shout. Very good shout. AI ads. Not Led Zeppelin, but it'll do. What a fucking tune, lads. What a fucking tune. But good shout. Mouse. Back into the game, please. But yeah, I don't know why I try and sing songs that were originally sung by young black men, because if anything in this world is true, is that young black men have some of the best voices you've ever heard. Marvin Gaye, Ray Charles. My memory is so fucked right now. I can't remember anyone's fucking name. 70s, yeah. I mean, the whole soul movement, and you had lots of black ladies as well with fucking absolute siren voices, singing songs about, you know, what they were going through, and it was, you know, a very sort of poignant look into life in the 60s and 70s as a person of colour. But fuck me, did they have a groove, and fuck me, could they sing. Fucking hell, man. And the whole blues movement before the soul movement, fuck yeah, man. People of colour and music. And this is the thing, people are like, oh, we don't want any fucking immigrants here. So what are you fucking talking about? Everything you enjoy about this country came from abroad. Like everything. Name one thing, they're like, oh, I like football. Yeah, probably most of the players are from abroad. Oh, I like beer. Most of it's from fucking Northern Europe. Oh, I like curry. It's from India. Oh, I like this. It's just like we imported everything. We import everything, even the culture. So being this anti-immigration, when so much of the things you enjoy are a result of immigration, is fucking baffling to me. But yeah, Iron Spider, Matt. Welcome, Indeed. How's it going? Good to see you. I'm not too bad. Not too bad. Yes. Another day, another dollar, but yeah, another day of fixing things, arguing with databases, you know. But after work, I get to hang out with you lovely people, and I got a bunch of issues to take care of. O2 customer service, literally, it's like pulling fucking teeth. I've tried to explain the situation to people like 4 times now, and nobody fucking listens. So I've got an email to send an email to. And in the email, I'll explain everything, and then hopefully somebody can read it, and when they read it, they'll understand it. Because on the phone, I spend like 5 minutes explaining something, then I ask them a question, and I get like 10 seconds of silence, and then they just start talking about something else. I'm like, you're not fucking listening. Like, why are you not fucking listening? I just explained everything. And I was like, listen, this isn't going anywhere. I want to log a complaint. And they're like, okay, what do you want to put in the complaint? Everything I just fucking said, motherfucker. Like, what do you mean, what do I want to put in the complaint? I just fucking told you what the problem was. Just fucking write that shit down in a complaint. Fuck off, man. Spend like fucking 10 minutes explaining the problem. Realise this person doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. You think, okay, just log it as a complaint. What do you want to put in the complaint? What the fuck do you think? Just banging my head against this proverbial wall. So much from a movie that's quite old. Quite old story of the movie. I've seen a video with Singing on Ice. I've never heard of the sound Ice makes. No, I don't know. I'm not sure which film you mean. Grand Gunk Railroad, Cream Zeppelin, Great Rock and Roll, Lynyrd Skynyrd. They're pretty good as well. Heard the sound of sound Ice does when crack. Yeah. Well, I've heard it in films, which I mean maybe is accurate, but maybe not. British Lash on TikTok. Name me one country in the world that has better looking food. Me, United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, still Guatemala, Bolivia, and Argentina, Ecuador, Chile, and Brazil. I don't think America has better looking food than the UK. I don't think. You know, I think their food is also, you know, fairly influenced by outside sources. Called tech support, and I know they're just reading off a sheet and not listening. Yeah, it's so fucking annoying. Because the problem is, I upgraded my phone, and the process of upgrading my phone, I obviously have a new direct debit, a new bill amount, and everything. And they took the old bill amount on some arbitrary day of the month, which I didn't agree to. And obviously, with the direct debit guarantee, they have to give you 14 working days notice before they take money from your account, unless you've pre-agreed, pre-organised or preordained. But obviously I didn't agree to it. I get paid on the 28th, so I want my bills to go out on the 29th or shortly after. Whatever comes after the 28th or 20th or 30th, whatever. Bank holidays, weekends, whatever, no earlier than the 28th. So I say the 29th and they work it out and it comes out whenever. You know, it comes out in the first week of the month, whatever, that's fine. But yeah, they just fucking took £36 out of my account in the middle of the fucking month, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You take money from my account without my permission. So I spoke to them and said, what's the matter? Well, what's going on? I was like, oh yeah, what we'll do is we'll credit that money to you. We'll credit you with the money. And I was like, well, don't worry, I'll just speak to the bank and claw it back. I just wanted to make sure I didn't actually owe that to you. But no, it's a mistake, blah, 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 blah. So I spoke to the bank and clawed it back. And then when I spoke to the bank and clawed it back, they said, do you want to cancel the direct debit? And I was like, well, no, actually not really. Because I asked them to check if it was the only direct debit set up for O2. And they said, yeah, that's the only one. And I was like, well, that'll be the one that I need to pay my bill on, so don't cancel it. But yeah, it turns out that they then didn't take the money for my new phone contract, and they haven't taken it again. So now I owe them £140, but I didn't cancel the direct debit. They've obviously, and the thing is, when I first got charged the £36, I called them up and I said, is that clear? Everything's fine. So yeah, we'll credit that. That's fine. Don't worry about it. If you want to cancel it with the bank, you can cancel it with the bank, whatever, blah, blah. And then I got a text message saying your phone contract's going to be cancelled because you haven't paid or something. I was like, that's a bit weird. So I called them up and I said, no, it's fine because of this, you know, administration and blah, 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 because of the payment run, blah, 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 blah. They said, yeah, this, you know, don't worry about it, it's fine. I was like, okay, so you're confirming on this call that's recorded that I'm not going to get cut off? And they're like, yep. I was like, okay, cool. And then I get a letter today saying your phone bill is overdue by £140. If you don't pay it, we're going to cut you off. So I called them today, explained everything, and they just weren't fucking listening. So I'm going to email it to somebody, and hopefully somebody with some fucking sense picks up the email. And then hopefully I can explain to them the situation, say, listen, you know, you're going to have to take that £145, you're going to have to divide it up over the rest of my contract and add it on there, and I don't want to pay any extra interest, but you're going to have to divide it up and put it on the rest of the contract, because I'm not fucking giving you £145 out of the blue. I don't have £145 just fucking lying around. I have money for food that I need, you know, money to look after my cat, his food, his litter, you know, and I have a little bit of money left over for buying anything that breaks or I run out of, like laundry detergent or whatever. So I don't have 145 quid to just fucking throw away right now, because you guys can't fucking organise a fucking direct debit properly. I'll have to see how that goes. But I've also got to demold and then paint my bathroom ceiling. I've got to adjust my door, my front door, so it closes properly. But it doesn't close properly at the moment because of the draft excluder, which I don't want to remove to make it close properly, because the draft excluder saves me money on my electric bill. But even if I did remove it, if it was summer, the fire regulations state that the door must have draft excluders to stop smoke from seeping into the flat and rendering me unconscious in my sleep. But that means I have to have draft excluders on the door, but if I have draft excluders on the door won't close on its own, because the draft excluders stop that, because they fill the gap in between the door and the fucking frame. So, you know, what they're saying is I have to fit one of those fucking door closers that you bolt to the fucking masonry, the lintel above the door. And it's got like an arm with a spring, so when you open the door, the spring pulls the door closed. But what does that mean? When you try to close your front door, you have to do this. And then close the door. You can't just shut the fucking door. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want to fucking deal with that. I don't want a fucking door closer like some fucking public toilet door, you know? Oh shit, I shouldn't have thrown that. The door that was fitted to the flat in the fucking 70s is still there, and it still works properly. So if it's lasted this long, 50 odd fucking years, I don't want to fuck with it. You know, I don't really want to fuck with it too much, because I very much doubt if I was to get a new door, it would be anywhere near the quality of that door. And if the door is there working, and I don't know if anyone in chat has ever tried to hang a door and had to fucking plane the fucking thing down like crazy to make it fit, but it's a pain in the fucking ass. So I don't want to get a new door. I don't want a new door. The door I have is perfectly fine. I just need to make it meet the fire regulations, which I hope is possible. Okay, so there's a dungeon down there. Is there one here as well? Nope. Oh, I'm fucking done. Get me in the dungeon. Fucking hell. Just get me in the fucking dungeon. Excuse me. So I'm not going to talk too much about this in case you're interested, but I started Robocop Rogue City. Unfinished business on Monday, and then definitely as a sequel, but should I talk about it? I've only played the original, the Rogue City, not a DLC or anything, so yeah. Don't say anything about it because I might play it in the future, but yeah, I hope you're enjoying it though. Ever had Flemish carbonade? No, I don't think I have. Changing a door, yeah, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. Putting the hinges and the doorway and making sure it fits, yeah. No, I think my girl time is better spent on activities than hanging doors. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. You're too busy being a queen. That's fair, I understand. I'm going to talk too much about this in case you're interested, but I started right. Yes. Oh, sorry, did I miss that message? But I apologise. And if my grandma had real, she would have been a bike. Make your ill boyfriend fix the door. It's for boy time. That's a boy time thing. What if he wants a girly time? Wow. I had to replace the front door. I was put in on 1920 and it was really leaky. I DIY'd it and also replaced all the windows myself. Yeah, and the thing is, if the door that was put on there wasn't very good, then okay, you know, the door isn't very good. But yeah, like when a door was fitted like 50 years ago and it's still working perfectly fine, I don't want to fuck with it because I know I'll never get it working as well as it is working at the moment. Oh shit. Look at these geezers. Look at these snuffers. What have we got? Connor plays games. Welcome in, buddy. Can't make your ill boyfriend fix the what if he wants girly time. Flemish carbonade is a beef stew, low alcohol brown beer, and a lot of onion. Sauce is bound by letting a slice of bread smeared with strong mustard disintegrate over the stew. For a Flemish dish, this sounds decidedly English. This sounds significantly English in its construction. But maybe we stole that as well. I don't know. Maybe we stole stew. First time Connor was at my house, he fixed my door. Door activities are definitely boy time activities. Small. Fair enough, I suppose. I remember changing my dad's double exterior doors from the 1920s with such hard. Yeah, the thing is, oh man, so like, yeah, fixing a door that just has to fit in a frame is one thing. Fixing a door that has to butt up against another door, it's just, yeah, it's basically just a reflection of the pane on the other side, and they have to fit in the middle, and they both have to close. Yeah, double doors. Yeah, I don't want anything to fucking do with it. handmade. Well, yeah, this is it as well. Is if you're working on a door that was handmade by some random guy who thought he was good at carpentry like 50 years ago. Granted, it's still there, so he was pretty good at carpentry. But yeah, nothing's quite as straight as it needs to be. So when you buy a brand new door which is cut dead straight, it ain't gonna fucking hang there. The fucking door frame is all wonky and everything. And you never realize it until you take the door off and put it next to a brand new door. And you're like, yeah, this is a completely skewed rectangle, sorry. This is not, you know, the right shape at all. But yeah, I had to get some new hinges because the ones I had weren't good enough, but I have it on good authority. The chippy I spoke to was like, these are the hinges. The main difference is they have a logo stamped on them. That's about it. And I'm like, fuck's sake. But we had the door off. We chiseled out an extra millimeter because these hinges were a millimeter deeper. Well, the hinges were a millimeter thicker, so we had to chisel another millimeter out of the door and the frame. And then yeah, we put the original hinges we put in were the same size. The chippy was pretty good. He found us the right size, so they fitted in the slot that was already there. We just had to deepen the slot a little bit. And the door closes and it's got like a 1 or 2 mil gap all the way around, which I think is within spec. But yeah, like I say, the fucking the first strip that acts as a draft excluder, that shit, it fucking squeaks when the door closes, and it fucking restricts the door from closing on its own. And I've got 2 Percos fitted on there at the minute, which are like the sprung chain things, but they're suggesting I get a door closer, and I don't want a fucking door closer. I can't be fucking arsed with that nonsense. Because the door closer will break at some point, and then they'll show up to do a fucking inspection and be like, oh, your door doesn't meet the fire code, we're going to fine you £50,000. And I'm like, how am I going to buy a new fucking door closer if you fine me £50,000? You know, that's fucking England, I suppose. Not done a window, but windows fill the whole wall, door, magic, prayer, and a lot of adjusting. Yeah, arguably, these days when you get windows, they are polycarb and they're made to measure, because you kind of have to get them made to measure these days. There are some standardized sizes, but you end up getting them made to measure. And when you get them made to measure, you take the old window out and there'll be a concrete sill, and then basically the render and all the plaster and everything on the internal side of the building will have like a lip where you've taken the old, and you just put the new window up against that, and you get these like packers that you tap in with a hammer very carefully, and then you buzz through the frames with, I mean, yeah, like I say, I've fitted dozens of windows. Me and my dad have replaced the windows on almost every building we've ever owned, because it's a really easy way to make the electricity bill go down and make the value of the property go up. So, you know, you may as well spend an afternoon taking a couple of windows out. If you've got a bit of scaffolding, it makes it even easier. But the main trick is to get a very, very clean and new spatula, spreader type thing, and you pop the plastic trim off the inside of the window, and then the pane of glass will come out and you can put it somewhere safe. And then the window frame's really, really light, and you can just, you know, you can fit it pretty easily. But obviously to get the pins into the wall, to get the bolts into the wall, into the concrete anchors, you've got to take the pane glass out anyway. So, you know, you may as well take that. I mean, sometimes you can disconnect the whole window that opens. The hinges will have like a slide, and you can just slide it off. For fire regulations, you have to be able to completely remove windows in some cases. But yeah. Oh shit! I'm fucking reading chat. Excuse me, reading chat and not watching where I'm going. Silly me. Didn't say I had fun replacing the door. All new door frame in the 1920 dimensions were different. But yeah, they use a different kind of inches, right? But yeah, one of the really fun things though about renovations is when you're stripping and you come across, I mean, you're taking the wallpaper, you're stripping the property out, not stripping, sorry. When you're tearing the property out, and you come across notes from the person who built it, like, this brick wall is load bearing, do not fuck with this brick wall, or you find a newspaper from like 1927. Economy in shambles, wages stagnant. I'm like, it's fucking, that was like 100 years ago, and it's the same fucking problems. When you find a newspaper and they're complaining about instability in the economy and wage growth being stagnant, and that was fucking 1927. Fuck's sake, the fuck is wrong with this fucking country? Hand-blown windows replaced ones 1.5 meters tall was quite hard. Assuming your house is square and plumb. Well, this is it. Even when a house was built perfectly square, heave and toe and seepage of the land can make stuff go out of line, which is why you get all those crazy cracks on buildings and stuff. One solution is a shit ton of silicon and pray. Silicon won't last, though, unfortunately. Hardest windows were in the basement using concrete screws. Yeah. Drilling into the concrete, not destroying the window, because you've got to make the holes in the window frame, and then you've got to take the window frame out and extend those holes, because if you use the RSJ, the impact drill with the window frame, you're going to destroy the window frame. So you've got to drill through the window frame, mark the wall with a concrete bit, take that out, take the window frame out, get the proper impact drill, buzz the hole, put the gear inside there, fucking put the window back up, get the fucking wall ties, screw them in, and then hope the window's dead straight. And obviously, if you do the wall ties up too much and you pull the frame out of alignment, then the window won't fit and it won't be watertight, which is a complete waste of fucking time. So you've got to do them up to be about straight. So you've got to do them up without pulling it out of alignment. Otherwise, you won't be able to put the window panes back in. And if you do, they'll be loose and they'll fucking squeak when the wind blows, which you can't have. But yeah. Modern windows very easy, but old windows in the early 1900s is hard. Yeah, well, they made them out of wood, and that wood has aged massively. So yeah, old counterweights before I can install new ones. Oh, on fucking sash windows, because I remember I did rent a flat once, and it had good sash windows. They were like, the ropes were brand new, the pulleys were all brand new, and actually the window weighed. You could open and close it. It didn't weigh anything. It was all weighted and everything. And when you pulled it down and did up the thing, it like held the window pretty tight, so it wasn't that drafty, but they were only single pane, so it was still pretty fucking cold. But unfortunately, the majority of sash windows have been fucking painted shut by lazy landlords. So people don't even know that in the summer they can open up these windows. Need some more bake chat. I put down a lot of laminate floorboards with for my bro. It was quite fun to be. So I put like, it's not lino. They're like laminate sheets of wood, but they're not wood. It's like laminate, but it's got a wood texture and it's printed on top. So it looks like wood, but it's a lot cheaper. But yeah, it was a lot of work because we did the whole flat from one side to the other. The whole flat is all one continuous floor surface, which my dad was like a little bit kind of like, oh, do we have to? Can't we just do it one room at a time? And I was like, well, I think if we're going to do every room anyway, we may as well just do it all in one go. And when we were finished, before we put the furniture back in, we just mopped and everything, and he looked around, he's like, do you know what, it all being one surface, it does tie all the rooms together really nicely. I'm glad we did that. And we did all the cupboards as well, so when you open a cupboard, the floor is the same, the bathroom is the same, the kitchen, everything is the same surface the whole way through. And my vacuum cleaner is obviously, my little robot vacuum cleaner is very happy because it only has one surface, apart from the cable that the stream, my PlayStation capture, and the cord that takes the PC from here to the TV. That's obviously running along the floor, and now that I've laid the floor, I don't want to tear the floor back up again because I don't know if I'll be able to get the same panels, and I don't want to replace one set of strips with a different kind of wood panel because it would look stupid. So the other option is to make a fake architrave or a fake pillar or beam on the ceiling and hide some cables in there, but that's nice to have for another day. Granite rocks foundation, which has like 5 meters, 2 meter wide. It's super over engineered by the guy that built the house, but it'll still be there in 100 years, right? Old landlord special, brass door knobs, nice wood, important screws. Fuck it, yeah. They just keep layering the paint on top. Then you don't know where the screws are, so you're trying to take a fucking window frame out, and it won't come out. And then you realise there's like 5 more screws that you can't see because they're fucking caked in paint. Yeah, nice one. Fucking plug sockets that you can't use because they're fucking covered in paint. Ridiculous. Traditions do a thing we call lift up, where we open up the windows and make air go through inside. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. In the UK, like, my windows are open in the summer. In the UK, my windows are open all the time. I've got like, you get this kit and you put a strip of magnets around the window, and then you put the sort of plastic trim that you're going to put a mesh in, and you cut it to fit, and then you take it down, put the mesh in, put it up on the magnets, and you get a Stanley knife and just trim around the outside, so you end up with a made-to-measure mesh screen that goes over the window. It's fucking perfect. So I can leave the windows open all year, all summer, and the mosquitoes and stuff, they can't get in. I mean, a few small little midges might get in, but you know, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, a mesh screen. So imagine like a piece of cloth that's plastic, and the weave is like big enough so you can see through it. So it's like a mesh grid. We just let shit in. Yeah. Well, we get some. The mosquitoes get pretty bad, and unfortunately, I have the blood that they fucking love. So yeah, I have to have a mesh guard on the bedroom window, because yeah, otherwise I get fucking mosquito bites all over the place. But apparently I have very nice smelling blood, according to the mosquitoes. And yeah, they fucking can't get enough of it. It's like zero. Yeah, so yeah, we get fucking crazy amounts of mosquitoes. I'm just going to make sure this is oh. I moved the webcam earlier, and I'm never going to fucking get it back to where it was now. Mosquitoes boycott my restaurant. Are they not interested, pizza? They don't know what they're missing. I'm sure your blood tastes delicious. Sorry. Not a whiff. Not a whiff. If you can see your arm, it's not a mosquito. It's not mosquitoes enough. There's some treasure here. Make bad pieces? No, no. Mosquitoes have trolled the reviews. The Google reviews for Pizza's blood. But that's it. I hear, like, when people are like, damn, this is a really nice gym, I can't wait to leave a 1-star review so that nobody else comes here. And it's like, this is it. Like, if you want people to stay away from a restaurant or stay away from a gym, you just leave really terrible reviews. Anyway, the air break's going to start in a second. I need to pop you guys over there. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, I think we've explored a little bit. I'm going to see if we can find a bit of story to do. But there's still a bunch of islands with stuff to do that I haven't quite figured out yet. I'm hoping I find an island that gives me an item, and then I can go and do a bunch of islands. But that hasn't happened yet. But yes, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. And I apologize, the clip player isn't fucking working. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Sorry the clip player isn't working, but you guys know the fucking saga, the fucking ridiculous history we have with clip players that work and then don't work and then work and then don't work. It's like, oh, fuck's sake. Surely it can't be that complicated to set up. He says, oh yeah. So would blowing a leaf on that put that out? No. So I really don't know what the deal with these is. I can't climb on top of them. Understandable to most. I don't want to give it to the guy who'll be second. Clean a number. I'm going to go. I need 3 more K platforming blocks. Creates 3K platforming blocks. Starts putting them along the station corridors. 3 corridors done. I'm down to 1K platform blocks. Playing Starbound. Okay, so there's block math. Excuse me. What's the matter, Bub? What's the matter, Bubba? Is it time for you to be the center of attention? Is that it? Yeah, I get a feeling we're supposed to hit these with a hammer, but I just... Cracktoria. Spaceship must grow. Can't automate the production of Starbound. That's sad. Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously really repetitive tasks you want to automate them. Where the fuck is Beetle, my dudes? Why is Beetle nowhere to be found? Because I need to buy some more bait so I can get some more information. So where the fuck is Beetle? Where is this motherfucker? Triforce chart. Yeah, is this not... Okay, so maybe he's 1 square down to the southeast. Do you think 5 times ahead at all times? Yeah, well, yeah, and obviously some people are like enamored by that kind of like degree of planning and stuff. For some people. Oh, controls. Yes, hello, Bubba. Yeah, you should be on this island down here. I don't even think once. In case you missed, try Pinkering for mosquito repellent. It's pepper based. Oh yeah, sorry, you said that just before we went on the break. I apologise. Sorry, the ad break was starting, so I went to quickly get up and stretch. I apologise. It's pepper based and good for skin too. Works amazing. I'm not a feast for them now that I used to be. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Picaridin. Okay, Picaridin. That's what they say in Avon skin. So soft lotion. Yeah, my hands are getting super dry and cracked. Because even though it's still raining all the fucking time, it's apparently very dry outside, so the fucking skin on my knuckles is cracking like crazy. I don't mind it being dry and rough, because I don't really mind, but it's when it dries and cracks and it's actually like I've been cut, and then if anything gets in there, it's super sensitive, and it's like... Not a problem I used to have when I was a kid, sensitive knuckles. Quite the opposite, unfortunately, but yeah. I suppose it's nice to know there's some feeling coming back, actually, I suppose. Yeah. Get it on Amazon. Yes, so somebody was telling me about a remedy. They had some friends from Jamaica stay with them, and they were like, this is what we use, this is how we make it. And they were like, it's like a moisturizer, but it has certain kind of like acids in it that are not harmful to skin, but mosquitoes hate it, so they stay away. Use the cracks as a pen holder. Fucking hell. But yes, I did cave in and get some coconut oil hand cream, but whenever I put it on, I then have to wash my hands because I don't like there being residue on the inside of my palms. Really freaks me out. Right, is Beetle here? Beetle, where are you, you little shit? I have 3,000 rupees and I want to buy some bait. Wagwan. No, Beetle. Although I don't know if they're called Beetle in this one. I think they are. They usually are, but... Bruv.
Croissant.
Where the fuck have you been? Paying
It's
tea
raining
tax.
bits. Thanks Krill1415 paying the tea tax.
Thank you for the bit, dude. I appreciate that. The tea tax. I can make a cup of tea. Oh. Oh, you don't have bait. Are you fucking kidding me?
Bye.
Ah, he doesn't have bait. I'm gonna have to find him in another area. Oh, fuck. This is a problem. I mean, let me explore what's on this island first, because have we got this marked? Yeah, we have. Because I think we were here, but we were told to leave. But right, so we're going to have to sail, I think, south, because he's always had bait for sale, but maybe it's per square that it matters. So can I help you at all? Acid mosquito. No, it's not even a spray. You mix together like lemon and a few other things, and yeah, something about the way the citrus mixes with something else, it creates like a... They obviously found this out just by trial and error, but there's actually a scientific explanation they've come to find as time's gone by. The citrus acid and something else reacts to create something that the mosquitoes dislike. because it smells. They mistake it for a kind of flower that they don't like, so they stay away from it. Dinner time, gotta go. Catch you in a bit, Velda. See you in a bit. Thank you for hanging out, dude. I appreciate that. Eat dinner when I'm going to bed. Yeah, this is it. This is it. People having dinner at like crazy different times. And like I said, like in Italy, they sit down to eat a fucking massive, great big meal at like 9:30, 10 in the evening. And then they're there for the entire night. Like dining out is completely different over there. As I say, it's like it's beautiful, but it's one of the most disorganized places I've ever been in my life, and I can't deal with disorganized. I don't mind things being a little bit up in the air, but there's kind of a logic to it. But when it's just sort of everybody's making it up as they go along, and you never know what the story is, it just gets stressful. Where every time you sit down to eat, you've got to figure out how they serve food, and sometimes you order something that sounds nice, and you get a starter portion because you were actually supposed to order like 5 different plates. But then you say, can I just have more of this? They're like, well, you can have more plates. I was like, can you just take this food and put more of it on the same plate? They're like, well, no. I'm like, okay, I'll have 5 plates of this, please. And they bring 5 plates, and I scrape all of it onto one plate, put the other plates underneath it, and then just eat it. I'm like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why is this not something you could have just done for me? I've now made 4 plates dirty when I only need 1. But okay, whatever, you know. It's tranquilo, everything is tranquilo, everything's calm, everybody calm down, everybody relax. It's like, do you know what would make me relax? If there was any kind of fucking logic I could follow with any of this, I could relax if there was a game plan of some sort. That's how I relax, by planning things. Just winging things all the fucking time. Yeah, it's not for me. It's not for me. You call when we have dinner, you will be looked down on. Lisa is pretending to sleep, but she has her headphones on and is playing games under the quilt, and I heard whispering angrily, fucking... It's cute that you're just going to let her sort of, yeah, carry on pretending. But yeah, I love that meme when it's like there's like a parent standing in a doorway, and it just cuts to like it's a photograph of like a kid hiding under the bed, but it's just the Nintendo DS music playing. Because they're obviously playing their Nintendo DS instead of going to bed. Right, so I suppose we need to find an island somewhere. To see if Beetle's around, but the version of Beetle that has bait, because yeah, that's what we need. I won't. Well, before going to bed, drag her out of bed, but her legs again, making her scream. Yeah, we need the... Oh yeah, gloves. We're going to get some gloves to pick things up, aren't we? But yeah, where is Beetle, for fuck's sake? To the left or the right of us. Yes, we need to because I don't want. It's a difficult situation with these kind of open-ended games. Like I feel like I should go and do some story, but I don't want to lose access to like all the islands we're on by going into some long-winded quest in another world, and then finish the fucking game and not have all the stuff. I want to find all the stuff first, but I'm also a little bit conscious of the fact that, yeah, a lot of these streams derail into me just cruising around doing busy work instead of doing the story. But I want to do the story, but yeah. I need to buy some bait at the moment. Because yes, we still need the ability to melt things, so we need fire, and we still need the ability to pick things up, and we still need the ability to put out fires as well. So put out fires, melt ice, and pick up heavy things. So yeah, we've still got the gloves, and I imagine a wand of some sort, but don't tell me. I'll try and figure it out. Dr. Mr. Lee was having Lisa after school like I used to have, because I work so long when I was going to pick her up today at his store, and he had her doing child labour shuffling snow. Damn crummy old men shuffling snow. Thank you. Thank you for the beetle bit redeemed, Samurai. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the bits. Oh, go away. Nobody likes you. Twos, welcome in. How goes the same? Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, fuck off. But it was going pretty good until these fuckers showed up. Excuse me. Just want to go to Beetle's shop. Leave me alone. Swear the fucking game doesn't fucking stay focused on the screen. That's part of the problem with saving stuff. Weird location for a shop. I'm actually thinking of putting Mr. Lee in my game as a game shop. That would be very cute. That would be really cute. But make them like a really miserable old man, and then fucking say, I put you in the game. Show them this miserable old bastard. Oh, fucking hell. It's gonna be like real life. Right, so we've got a square down here, and oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, except the anti-Korean bits. Yeah, okay, that's probably a good idea, right? Because there's a couple of dudes, like there's one white guy and a black guy that work in construction together. Like there's just two of them that do the job. And yeah, they're always making subtly sort of like, they're always making subtle jokes. And one of them is like, I need a piece of wood to fit in here. How long do you need it? 8 inches. Is that your 8 inches or my 8 inches? Your 8 inches. Okay. But yeah, nothing like a bit of self-deprecation. At least he hates the Korean guy who has a store 2 buildings away. Yeah, this is it. Rather than being like, oh, you're a shopkeeper in this part of the world as well. We should be brethren. We should be brothers. Nah, instead they're like, fuck that guy. It's like we were talking earlier about, you know, there's like, you know, racial tension between like between other parts of the world, other cultures in other parts of the world. And yeah, the way Japanese people represent Chinese people in anime back in the 90s, in like the golden era, the golden age, the way Japanese people were portrayed in anime was pretty fucking bad. Like, yeah, and I don't think you see that, you don't see it anymore, obviously, but yeah, the way they got drawn was pretty stereotypical. And it's like, damn, like that's actually kind of fucking racist the way they did that. But there were a bunch of animes that didn't have anything to do with that at all. They didn't actually include sort of, you know, anybody else other than characters that were more Western than anything else. What was crazy is the golden age of anime, loads of the characters were very Western in their appearance, and they're, you know, some of them were even dubbed with like American voices, which was kind of crazy when you think about it. So we can shoot that guy, but we get pulled in too quickly, I think. So yeah, I'm not sure we can actually do anything with that. I'll go away. Oh, can I get it before I get shot? No, I cannot. Do you know what? This game has no respect for sequencing. Like, I can't get in the boat and get the sail out to move. Yeah, so that doesn't work with the bow and arrow, but it does. Yeah, that's weird. The controls are a bit strange. Excuse me. Grab this treasure. The only Asian in this town, you go to the other town, it's like you guys just be friends. Isn't no, he's an arsehole. Yeah, I wonder who's the arsehole. Well, yeah, this is kind of it. You know, when both sides are like, oh, he's an arsehole, he's an arsehole. You know, I think maybe both of you are arseholes, which is why you guys should be friends. Is it? Case of two negatives making a positive. There are some in common. Yeah, well, yeah, just, you know, the thing is, like, when you get two people that are arseholes, if they can be arseholes about the same thing, they'll be friends. If they can't, they'll be enemies, right? That is the dynamic of arseholes. You get a group of kids that all hate something. They'll all be best of mates. But what's really sad is that, you know, like, if you... One thing I've always kind of, like, you know, frowned upon a little bit is the way some people, they define themselves by the things they don't like. All they talk about is what they dislike. They don't really have things they talk passionately about that they like. You know, they're defined by their hatred for things. And I'm like, surely that's not a nice way to move through the world. But judging by some of the comments I got on one of my TikToks that I posted the other day, yeah, there's some very bitter and angry people out there. Don't get me wrong, I'm bitter and angry, but I'm not going to take it out on some fucking content creator. But, you know, as I spoke to you guys over the last few weeks about how in content creation, there is a bit of a game to play, and if you don't post like somewhat triggering content, people don't engage. Like, you have to do something that like shakes them out of their comatose brain rot scrolling state. So if you don't say something controversial or criticize something that's popular, if you're not contrarian or you're not divisive or whatever, people just scroll straight past the content and don't interact. And that's kind of the major problem, is the fact that you've got content creators making content that's deliberately designed to fucking upset people because it's more likely for them to interact with it. And then you've got people interacting with it complaining they don't like it. And it's like, if you don't like content, just stop fucking interacting with it. What you need to understand is, if you fucking interact with a piece of content, the context of your interaction is not defined by the algorithm. So all it sees is that you interacted with a piece of content, and therefore it will serve you more of that content. So if you don't like something, just keep on fucking scrolling, because chances are it isn't for you. But people keep interacting with it, and because it keeps getting interacted with, people keep making it. Hence, everything is fucking rage bait these days. So I made a TikTok where I talked about a hypocrisy that I see with people criticizing one game for being a big open world game, and then they play another game which is a big open world game, and you know, they love it and say it's fucking amazing, it should be game of the year. Yeah, I called that out, and because I called that out, some people got upset. And I was like, there you go. Even when I mildly call something out as hypocrisy, people dive into the comments to fucking argue. And if I say something positive or interesting about video games, hardly anyone sees it, hardly anyone interacts with it. And I'm like, this is the thing, dudes. This is the thing. Like, have we explored this sector? Yeah, we have. You're not getting any more fucking bait, mate. We've already explored it. You can fuck off. But yeah, this is it. You know, I thought, okay, I'll make a TikTok and I won't make an effort to avoid criticizing something. I didn't outright, you know, you guys can watch the TikTok. It's me talking about Death Stranding, you know, Death Stranding 1 and 2. People called them boring open world walking simulators, but an extraction shooter, you just run around for fucking 8 hours doing very little. And I was like, it's kind of equatable. You can kind of equate the two, right? One of them you're running around doing nothing and then you get into a gunfight. The other one you run around doing nothing and then a bit of story happens, you know? But both of them encompass large open spaces where you run around doing very little. It's a slow burn. But Death Stranding got a huge amount of criticism for it, whereas everyone's like, oh, another extraction shooter, oh, let's all fucking buy it. And, you know, fair enough, if you like extraction shooters, that's fine. But what I won't have is people criticizing a game for being a big open world game that's a slow burn, but then fucking glazing the fuck out of another big open world game that's a slow burn. I won't have it. I'm sorry. It's hypocrisy, and it is. So I didn't skirt around that criticism. I called it out. I didn't say any particular game, I just said extraction shooters, because that's the trend right now, right? But it was enough. A handful of people have fucking got in there to argue, and some of them have made points that I've responded to, some of them have just been facetious, in which case I've told them to fucking grow up. But yeah, that's it. You know, like I said the other day, if you don't make content that's designed to fucking, you know, trigger somebody, they just won't engage. They won't come out of that sort of brain rot scrolling state and actually do anything. You know, they won't like it or dislike it. They won't do anything. They just scroll past it. And that's the problem. Is if you can't get a response from somebody by saying something positive or doing something interesting, when people only respond to negative content, that's all the content that's going to get made. And I don't agree with it, but it is the meta. It is what people are doing, right? It is rage baiting people into the comments. Because it works. It clearly fucking works. Yeah, that was what I signed off with in the follow-up video, where I confirmed that yeah, I did launch a grazing criticism, you know, glancing blow against extraction shooters, just to see how people would react. And there you go, I was right. But yeah, I don't like experimenting in real time like that. I don't like, you know, doing something to see what people do, but it's kind of how content creation works, right? You've got to post something, and see what people like. And it turns out my most popular TikToks that, you know, I've had a few clips do a bit more than usual. Not much because I'm a small creator, but more than usual for me. But whenever I post like a sentiment where I sit at my desk and say something, that tends to land a lot better. So that's something I'll lean into, I suppose, in 2026. But yeah, I'm not going to be deliberately triggering people into the comments, that's for sure. But yeah, you launch a grazing criticism, nothing too bad, just a bit of a criticism against something, and people get so fucking butthurt. And some of the comments like, who asked you? It's like, well, nobody asked me. This is my fucking TikTok. Like, what business is it of yours? I was like, well, I'm a variety game streamer. I talk about a variety of video games. It's what I do. Like, fuck. Gonna go to bed now. See you later, Crumbs. Krill, thank you for stopping by. See you again next time. Hopefully you and Lisa are all right. And yes, I wish you all the best. Yes, I'll see you next time. But yeah, to date, I think I have posted somewhere in the region of 330 vertical clips. And yeah, if that wasn't working, then that's why. Basically, this is the thing. I thought I'll keep doing what I'm doing and it will find an audience, but it hasn't. But if I want a bit of traction on a video, if I say something mildly critical of something that's popular, suddenly everyone dives into the comments and that algorithm pushes it up the feed. So it's no wonder everyone else is doing that. And for clarity, I'm not going to start doing that. I'm not going to start being one of those people. I just wanted to test it, and yeah, my hypothesis was correct. Anyway, here the bird people who live on Dragon Roost Island east of here have invented an incredibly useful device they call the grappling hook. No life, right? I hear you can throw that thing at monsters and use it to grab treasure they've hidden in their pockets. Talk about cool. Oh, and have you seen the imp-like creatures called bokoblins? They hang out on that lookout platforms at sea and stare through their telescopes. Here those guys keep joy pendants hidden in their pockets, so if you get one of those grappling hooks, you can use it to swipe their pendants. I mean, we already had that, but okay. So that's that explored. So yeah, I don't think there's an island. I don't think there's an island in that square there. There's that island there, but I think that's that. So we've got a few islands here, and so yeah, so we'll sail this way, I think. Yeah, let's sail this way. You can have your opinion as long as it agrees with mine. A lot of that going around. Yeah, this is the thing, is that, you know, and the thing is, like, I don't really enjoy extraction shooters. I don't enjoy big open world battle royales, and I think that people that have been in the first-person shooter gaming space for a long time, they're kind of desperate to do something different. And extraction shooters and big open-world battle royales, they provide that. It's a different way of doing the same sort of thing. It's not too far from their wheelhouse, but it's something new, and that's novel to them. But yeah, for me, running around, like just fucking clicking on things and dragging things from one menu to another, it isn't very exciting or fun for me. But other people enjoy it, and I'm happy to admit that they're allowed to enjoy it. You know, I don't like it, but if they enjoy it, then that's great. They're having fun. All I did was call out the hypocrisy of how much hate Death Stranding 1 got, and how people fucking dragged it for being an open world game that had nothing to do, and it was a walking simulator that was boring. But then everyone's fucking rubbing their nipples over extraction shooters now because there's something to do. You know, there's, you know, a big open space to explore. You know, suddenly they love, you know, exploring a big open space. And like, well, that's what Death Stranding 1 was, but everyone fucking hated it. You know, not everyone, but a lot of people in the mainstream games media fucking dragged it. But yeah. Moreover, you know, the fact that I was calling out the hypocrisy of how people hated Death Stranding 1 but love extraction shooters is me calling out the fucking hot take merchants that did. It was popular to hate on Death Stranding, so they all jumped on it, right? But it's popular to like extraction shooters, so they all jump on it. That's kind of what I'm getting at with the post, which is why I was confident to post it, because if anyone was to try and dissect what I was saying and hold me to account, I could say, well, this is what I'm getting at, and that's definitely true. There are a lot of people in the sort of gaming media space that will say anything to get attention, and they'll say anything if they're paid to, and it creates this kind of misleading narrative in the gaming industry where people, like, because I mean Death Stranding 1 is an example of that. Like, Death Stranding 1, I absolutely fucking adored that game. I played the fuck out of it. But so many people just wrote it off and never tried it. And then when the sequel was being announced, a few people were like, okay, some time's passed, the game's cheap, I'll give it a try. And I can't tell you how many creators dived in and started playing Death Stranding 1, and within like 10, 15 hours, they were like, this is so fun. This is such a nice game to play. They were like, I've got a plan. It's not going to go exactly how I want it to go, but I can adapt and figure my way out of the situation I get into. And I'm planning where to put roads and where to put bridges and, you know, how to get from one place to the other and how to deal with different terrain and everything. And I was like, and the complete lack of notifications and waypoints and NPC quest markers and item pickup icons and compasses and pop-ups, and there's nothing to distract you. The game just lets you marinate in the atmosphere, and yeah, it's so fucking peaceful. I love it. But I'm happy to admit, it's not for everybody. It might bore some people to tears because they need that constant fucking stimulation. They need a game to constantly jingle its keys in it. But for me, that does my fucking head in. When a game is constantly, oi, 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 look at this, look at this, look at this. It does my fucking head in. Like, oh, for fuck's sake, game. Oh, you're not going to let me get in the boat now, are you? Fucking hell. Off. Fuck off. Why, there's so many fucking squids here. Right, yeah, this is a square we haven't explored yet, so I'm going to have to... Right, let me just get the fucking chart for this, but yeah. It can be popular to hate something. Well, this is the other thing, is that, you know, when I dislike a game, I will articulate why I dislike it while I'm playing it, and it is fairly rare for me to like full-on rage quit a game. It's only happened a couple of times on stream. It happened a couple of times off stream, where it wasn't like a rage quit. It's just like I get this feeling that I'm fucking done with this. I'm not getting any enjoyment out of this. I can't find one redeeming factor to this whatsoever, or I can, but they're so few and far between that I just can't. Final Fantasy VII, I just couldn't. The remake, I just couldn't fucking do it. That game did my fucking head in multiple ways. Here We Lie, the game about taking the joy pill, that was, yeah, not finished. Darkwood, which was okay, but also just didn't have any sort of framework to help the player get themselves out of trouble. As soon as it starts to go wrong, you're just fucked, basically. And all these small decisions that don't feel like they matter suddenly matter hugely, and it's too late. You have to start again. And it just felt very, very obtuse in its game design. But yeah, RSY, welcome in. You rage never. But the thing is, like, if a game is good, it can stress me out. If a game is good, it can stress me out, and I'll keep playing, right? And that's what I think PvP extraction shooters and FPS games have become. They're very fucking frustrating, but people will enjoy them enough to stay there. So some of the Souls games and some of the Souls bosses were very frustrating, but they were so good that I wanted to keep playing. Whereas some games, it's just fucking frustrating, and there's no payoff. And that's what Final Fantasy VII Remake was for me. It's just, there was so much stress to do anything. Everything was so jumbled together and mixed up, and it was so full on, and I was like, this is just, you're doing so much fucking work. You literally never have a moment to breathe in the combat, which is fucking crazy. And I don't think the way they hybridized the melee combat and the turn-based combat together, I don't think they hybridized it together in a way where the pros and cons of both kinds of gameplay marry up into something more interesting than either. I think that just turn-based would have been fine and just melee combat would have been fine, but because you have to do both and you have to juggle multiple characters in melee combat as well as juggling multiple characters in the menus all at once, with enemies that hit you from off screen and have disgusting grab hitboxes and stuff, because the game is forcing you to take damage, because turn-based combat, damage limitation is a fundamental pillar of that. You are going to get hit when it's their turn, but you have to try and minimize that damage. Perfectly fine, I can understand that, but when you make a melee action game where you force the player to get hit to simulate the same kind of strategy, yeah, it just fucking, it felt gross. The whole time it felt fucking gross most of the time. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people that have never played a game will fucking hate on it because they've seen everyone else hating on it. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm calling out. So Dorito. again, the game has lost focus. And that's why I can't save properly. Yeah, motherfucker. Let me tell you something, Small Fry. The school on that Windfall Island has one gorgeous teacher, but the thing is, this gang of 4 little hoodlums are always causing trouble for her. Those little delinquents like to cause all sorts of trouble. They go climbing trees and hiding behind buildings instead of going to school. What a bunch of savages. Somebody's got to scold those scoundrels and set them straight for the sake of that poor teacher. You hear me, Fry? That's all the info I've got to offer. Okay, so yeah, let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that. So which island did we just get? Yeah, it's ahead of us. I mean, that's not a school though, is it? That's where we put one of the fucking stones. One of the pearls, or whatever. Target the damn thing. Then your controls in the water are super fucking jank because like you have to swim. Like if you change direction, you have to swim in that direction for a couple of frames. So you're constantly like overshooting because you can't adjust. Like yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's head that way and see if we can find an island that needs to be mapped out over there, and we'll grab that treasure as well. But yeah, I don't mind a game stressing me out as long as it's worth it. But the problem with Final Fantasy VII Remake was it felt like it was just so much fucking stress just to defeat one fucking boss. And I was like the gameplay loop of running around in circles trying to heal everybody and then get enough attacks off. And then on top of that, some enemies, they're so fucking tanky until you do something a specific way. But you're kind of hedging on them fucking doing something so you can exploit it. And if they don't do it, and just deal a bunch of damage, you just go into this cycle of just constantly repairing all of your teammates' health and magic, waiting for them to stop waiting for the enemy to stop doing this fucking loop so you can actually fucking hit them. So yeah, there was a lot of stalemate kind of in the combat here and there, and I was like, there were moments where I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, the game looks and sounds amazing, don't get me wrong, it looks beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful looking game. The design and the art direction of everything is, yeah, and the music's great, and a lot of the art design and everything is brilliant. But yeah, gameplay wise, it's just a bunch of it felt like it was just kind of a meme, like it was trying to be difficult for the sake of being difficult rather than just actually creating a challenge that's fun to overcome. It was like, yeah, of course, you can't fucking hit the enemy from here. You have to get around the front or around the back of them. And of course, they won't let you anywhere near the back of them. And of course, the hitbox on their attack has a fucking ridiculous, huge collision box on it. And you have a dodge, but it doesn't mean shit. You have a dodge, but the hitbox is so big, it doesn't make a difference. So there's no point in there being a dodge. And I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what they were aiming. I could see why they wanted to do that, but I think they missed the mark with it a bit. I think what they ended up with was this kind of like hybridization that hasn't quite worked, where you've got melee combat that's kind of full on, and you've got to juggle 3 or more, 2 or 3 characters at the same time, whilst also doing a bunch of menuing, whilst also tracking the boss's movements and reading their incoming attack patterns and stuff. And it's just sort of like, they haven't really streamlined any of this. They've kind of just piled it all together. And as a result, it just felt really, really overwhelmingly obtuse how I was just constantly fighting with the game's mechanics, not fighting the fucking boss. And I just couldn't get along with it. And it's a shame because I was really, really looking forward to playing through it and re-experiencing the story. And it's really annoying because, as a side note, this isn't that important, but all of the clips from Final Fantasy VII, they did really well. Like when I posted them on verticals, they did really well. Like they got way more views and way more comments than like anything else that I've had. And it happened multiple times, like several times. A Final Fantasy clip did really well. But I just can't stand the fucking game. I've never been married. Too much work for that game and not enough enjoyment for me. Wow. You marry the right person. You know. You're able to marry somebody that can be your best friend, as well as your partner, as well as your sworn enemy. So that's the Dorito type thing. Like my freedom too much. Well, yeah, this is the thing. People are like, oh, you know, don't you want to settle down and, you know, get married? I'm like, well, you say that, but like, I get like the entire bed to myself every night. And I can watch what I want to watch on TV. I can eat what I want to eat for dinner. And I can have a wank whenever I want. So, sorry to be vulgar. But yeah, you know. I'd have to meet the woman of my dreams, right? You know? And I'm not saying that won't happen. I'm saying that I don't need to be in a relationship to distract myself from feeling lonely. I'd rather just wait for the right person to come along. However, it's seemingly unlikely at this stage in my life. And that's just my, you know, my path in life. I suppose I wasn't supposed to settle down and have kids. So I didn't end up settling down and having kids, unfortunately, you know. And, you know, I've got a cat that I like looking after. And my friends have got kids, and I love hanging out with them. I love looking after them. But for me, it's easier, you know, because I get to be the fun uncle, you know. I'm Uncle Real Name, you know. I only ever look after them for short periods of time, and we always have something fun to do when I look after them. So they always have fun when I look after them, right? So they're really nice to me. But looking after them all the time is a lot more difficult, you know. Because my female friend's like, oh, you're really good with kids. I'm like, just because you want me to look after yours. Make a great dad one day. All right, calm down. Funkle. But it means that long before this whole unk status thing, I had unk status before people started labeling it as unk status. But yeah, no, my friends have got kids and they're great. You know, I love the youthful energy and passion they have for things. And how they see that childlike wonder, they see it in everything. And yeah, it reminds me to, you know, be a bit more positive sometimes, you know. They'll talk about something like it's the most important thing in the world and it's just, you know, a piece of cake or, you know, a TV show. I'm like, you know, they love with their whole heart. The world hasn't worn them down yet, and it's refreshing, to say the least. Right, what are you going to say about Gale Isle? Thinking you want to get into that cave, small fry. That's one protected by the crazy winds on that island. Okay, then let me just tell you a little secret. If you go 5 squares south and 1 square east, you'll reach Ice Ring Isle, where you'll find an item that will make you heavy as a stone. But we can't get onto Ice Ring. We can't get onto the ice thing. So I think I'm going to have to look up Is it F? Yeah, screenshot. I'm going to have to look up. Yeah, I never have to discipline them. I never have to tell them to go to bed. I never have to say no to them. I just take them to the park or take them to the zoo or something, and their parents are usually paying for it. So I don't have to deal with anywhere near the amount of stress that my friends have to deal with. And yeah, a few of my friends, their kids, you know, in their sort of 2s and 3s, just become fucking just little goblin spawns. Just the most disobedient, noisy, vulgar, annoying little shits. But they do grow out of it, because my friends that have got kids that are like 6 or 7, you know, they sort of mellowed out a little bit. But yeah, 2s and 3s, because they're just starting to develop this kind of like volume to their voice and this kind of ability to get up and walk around and to interact with things. And they don't know what anything is or what anything does. So that obviously has a whole learning curve to it. But that learning curve usually involves a bunch of furniture getting broken. Right. The little shopmaster on Windfall Island apparently got his hands on a truly amazing treasure. He calls it the magic armor or something like that. It's pretty cool. Magical relic from what I've heard. If you want to give it to you, try staring deep into his eyes and winning him over with flattery. Right, okay. All the info. Okay. So yeah, there's some good armor somewhere, which I think we should go look for. Because yeah, I think that armor is going to be very useful to us when it comes to big boss fights. The grandparents spoil the crap out of their grandkids and then send them home to for the parents to do. Oh yeah, they set unrealistic expectations. But yeah, there is an expression that if you spoil your kids, you're going to be raising your grandchildren, and vice versa. So yeah, there is that. Because yeah, if you spoil your kids, when they have kids, they won't want to take responsibility for them. But yeah, I don't have kids, so I couldn't say with any experience. Anyway, we've got an ad break coming up. I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Hopefully the clip player starts working at some point. I don't know what else I can do. I'll try resetting it again, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'll make a clip now to make a mental note to go and fix it at some point. Future breadcrumbs, go and fix the clip player, see what's going on. It'll probably be working by the time I try to fix it, but still. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. We have a visitor. The assistant director has come to say hello. Make sure everything's being done properly. I'm saying hello to you, bub. Oh, come here. There you go. How's that? How's that? So yes, I apologize for the rest of the stream. Be batting cat hair out of my face. Yeah, it's you. Yes, if you spoil your kids, you're going to have to raise your grandkids. Is the expression I hear. Have we been on here before? I think I may have been in here before. I think. I think maybe I have.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. Yep.
okay, I haven't. These jumps are giving me the willy. Yeah, like the swinging mechanic is kind of a bit ambiguous with how it works, and it's not great because there are times when you jump and you only just miss the rope, and realistically, if you line it up enough, you should just grab the rope. Yeah, it's right fucking there, but you have to kind of line it up perfectly. And the speed at which the camera rotates while you're swinging is really fucking slow. So yeah, it takes fucking ages to line it up. Nope. Oh no. Okay. Don't really need to fuck with any of that. But yes, you can stop the swinging animation and you can realign where you're swinging, but the animation is so slow that you don't really realize until you have to like try and do it. And yeah, I picked up the grappling hook and also did a couple of those swinging puzzles, and it wasn't that clear. But yeah. And remember, I just still hate it. Yeah, they're fucking, yeah. It's crazy that the controls are kind of always on the screen, yet there's still some controls that you're never told about, and it's like, what kind of fucking bath salts are Nintendo smoking when they make this game? Because some of the controls are permanently on the screen, but other controls and how they work just never get explained. And like, so you're overly explicit with controls sometimes, but then completely vague as fuck other times. That's strange. Oh, we've done this, haven't we? So we've done this one, but we haven't got the... Where is the fish? Where's the fish to... there we go. I mean, I've done the island, but I just want to get the... I want to get it marked on the map. I suppose we should actually do one of these saves, I think. Much more frying? Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard. I take it you want Chuck. Yeah. Can't read this guy sometimes. Here, somewhere out in the wide open, well, there's a handy arrow that can freeze anything. Something like that, you could even freeze the nasty monster in Forsaken Fortress for a while anyway. But then what would you do with a frozen monster, you say? Good question, Fry. Well, I'd say give it that thing a whack and watch it shatter into teeny tiny pieces. So, yeah, so there's ice arrows somewhere. That makes sense, but yeah. Because, yeah, we've got... a few more squares, but I don't think there's anything in these squares. So if we head south, head south. I'm lost on Tarkov. Is it? Like I say, you know, people will play extraction shooters and like talk about how fucking good they are all the fucking time. Not you, Dennis, but you know. But then a game is a big open world, slow burn. And the thing is, right, I do sometimes suspect they're recycling a criticism, which I think back in the day when it was first leveraged was actually true. There were games that the only real gimmick there was that it was a fucking enormous world. Like the game map was huge, and people used to brag about how big the game map was in a game. But the map was fucking empty. Like there was just a lot of space in between the same amount of buildings and stuff. And it doesn't really, you know, when you think of a big open world game, it needs to be like, you know, open and sort of spacious without feeling empty, and it's not easy to do. And like companies like Rockstar and CDPR, they've kind of mastered that. They build these big environments with cities that feel like cities, but also big empty spaces that don't feel boring and empty. And yeah, back in the day when people were trying to make a clone of The Witcher or a clone of GTA, yeah, quite often it was this big empty world with nothing to do. And there used to be space games, and like the map was supposed to be like, you know, it's 500 square kilometers in real life size, but there was like maybe fucking 7 planets. It's like this. Yes, there's a lot of space in the space game. I know that you think we can't criticize that, but yeah, just sailing off on a heading for like 7 minutes in game time feels like fucking forever. To get to an island full of bitmap images that you can fucking click on. Yeah, no, it's a no from me. But then open world games that had sort of a personality and a character, and also open world games that have different environments. So there's a big open world game, but certain sections of it are broken up into, usually it's sort of like a snowy mountain bit, and then a sort of a sort of, you know, tropical lower bit near the ocean, and sort of, you know, there's some stuff in between. So there's an island here as well. We may have already done it, but yeah. May have already done this one. Oh yeah, it's the person that does the I think it's a cannon thing, or I can't remember, a race thing or something, but yeah. Let's just go and get the let's get it marked. Beware of the night when the crescent moon faces up. That's all I can tell you, small fry. That's what I've got the info for. Right, let's head due south and see if there's any more islands to fill in. But yes, I'm hoping we find an island that we haven't seen yet, and we get an item we haven't seen yet, and that then opens up a few more doors, because at the moment I can't do anything about the frozen ice island. Apparently the ability to become a rock so you don't get blown away is on the ice island, so I can't do that. There's an island that's on fire that I can't get to, or can't get onto. Okay, that works. That works. Oh, fuck. System wasn't working. It uses a lot of bombs, doesn't it? It does use a lot of bombs. How many of those have I got? Okay, so I've currently got... Okay, fair enough. Because, yeah, I feel like there's going to be at least one more song to learn. There's something that goes there, and we're missing an item here, which I think might be the armor they spoke about earlier. But yes, we're missing fire arrows and ice arrows, and then maybe some gloves. And then maybe some other bits I'm not sure about yet, but yeah. So, yes, we continue south. because there's no islands. Oh, maybe that is. Oh yeah, there's a fish. Oh yeah, there's a fish net. Let's go grab that. So I don't know why, but I'm just compelled to fill the map up. Oh, this is Tingle Island, okay. Still dresses like a little kid. That is not normal still, from what I hear. He can decipher maps. Ah, okay, yeah, okay. Just goes to show you that you can't judge a person's appearance alone, Fry. Of course, the thing about this Tingle guy is that when it comes to time to pay his deciphering fee, you'd better be ready to fork over some serious dough. Anyone who doesn't have a deep wallet won't be reading any maps, that's for sure. Right, how much is he going to charge? I mean, we've got 3 racks. We've got 3 racks, so we've got a fair bit behind us, but yeah, let's see what this... there might be some treasure here that... Oh, I'm staring at it, but... No! Oh, the controls. Cool. Right, let's see how much this costs. We found one. ₹5,000. Oh, Mr. Fairy, I've been longing to see you, sir. What should we play? What do you want to play? What, you're not here to play? That fragrant, musky scent, sir. You have found a chart. I have. Splendid, splendid. Show me, show me. Well, you can't read the chart in its current state. It's impossible, sir. I would love it to decipher for you. That'd be 300. Not yes, fine. Tingle, tingle, Kulu. Now I've got the chart deciphered, and you can now use it to find a piece of the Triforce. Press up. Okay. Mr. Fairy, I've marked the location of the Triforce shard on your incredible chart too. When you open the chart by pressing Y on your C chart, places where the treasure is shined forth. And it just goes to that place, rely on your chart to help you find the treasure. Oh shit. Right, so. Okay, so there's a few bits and pieces like that. There it is, Great Fish Isle. So Great Fish Isle is there. Oh, it's right next to where we are. Almost. Yeah, it's down to the left. It's there. It's just off. Okay, cool. Let's go get a piece of the Triforce, chat. That's a pretty fucking big deal. It's a pretty fucking big deal. Saying it would bother me to not have it filled up. Yeah, the thing is, some of the squares don't appear to have islands in them. I've pretty much done like a snake, and yeah, that one, that one, that one, and that one don't appear to have islands in them. But maybe I missed. Maybe I missed. We're going to No, we're going there, aren't we? That'll do. But yeah, I have found a lot of islands and I can't really do very much on them. But yeah, I'm hoping we get the ice arrows or the fire arrows or the gloves, because that means there's a few places we could go. Doesn't matter, Bub. You've had your dry food for the day. You've been asleep for most of it. So you've had a good day in Bubble World. In the Bubble World, you've had a good day. I missed a rupee because of you. Shush. Need for these theatrics, no need for these dramatics, little man. Right, it's there. What have we got? Is it a Triforce piece? I think it is. Got a Triforce shard. You need 7 more shards to form a complete piece of the Triforce. What? 7? Fuck me. But I suppose what we're supposed to do is do all of these. There's 6 eye reef, so there's one in between those that we haven't got yet. So that's not too far away. So we want to head west, east. Sorry. She's back this way. Why do you keep clambering all over me, Bubba? It's not time to finish stream yet. I've got another hour or so yet, depending on how things go. But yes, I think we missed. I think somewhere along the line we got ahead of ourselves and started doing stuff that's, you know, we were supposed to pick up something. Which is why for a while now I've kind of been like, do I want to do any more story? I feel like I'm missing some stuff. But yeah, I'm not too sure how it's all ordered. Maybe you have to do a bit of story before you get the gloves or the ice arrows or whatever. But yeah. We have the Master Sword, which makes me feel as if, you know, we're probably supposed to go and fight, you know, not the final boss, but probably another boss. If not, maybe the final boss, but yeah. So, up to the left. It's that one there, I reckon. So I need to be moving a little bit faster than this, because these things are a pain in the fucking ass. So I'll do that. So we're booking it. Oh, I can't be arsed with these motherfuckers. Right, so yeah, it's that there in the distance. Hopefully we can make it there without anything fucking with us. Oh, come on, man. I knew it was too good to be true. I got through without them mucking with me too much. Anyway. And no, Bubba, there's a controller on my lap because I'm playing a video game. I'm sorry. Sorry, my cat is very upset about the fact that he can't curl up on my lap or stand on my lap and get stroked and be the centre of attention. But you can get all cozy over there, Bubba, like you'd like to. That's it. Hold the paws in and loaf a little bit. I'm sure you'll be all right. Don't worry. At the end of stream, like I always do, I'll pick you up like a baby and scratch your belly. Don't worry. Back off. I also think these things only spawn because we've got the Master Sword now. I think that's one of the sort of progression triggers for the game. Yeah, I can see it there. What do we got? ₹200. So now that's that one done. Okay. I swear we just saw this one a moment ago. Ah, Spectacle Island. Okay, so it looks like a pair of glasses. So we need to go up north and then to the left. Okay. I know there's more treasure here, but I kind of want to just get the treasure map ones, I think. It's a nice way to break it down into smaller chunks if we want to do a completionist run. We can go and do all of them, but yeah, I do worry that I procrastinate too much in video games. People want to see more happening, but yeah, like I say, at this stage, I don't think I've got all the items I need to fully take us. with a Zelda game in the past, I have just found the last boss and thought, okay, I'll give it a crack, and then stress myself out, and then I eventually do it, and then I watch a YouTube video and somebody's got a bunch of items that I didn't have, and it makes the fight way easier. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. And this is the thing, is that the game is teaching you to look everywhere and to search and to explore, because that's a very sort of central pillar of Zelda game design, is the sense of exploration and finding things and exploring. Leave no stone unturned. So we want to get to Spectacle Island. There. Yeah, pretty much straight ahead. Cool. But yeah, I wonder if some of the squares don't actually have an island in them. Or there's an island there after a bit of story. And that's why there's nothing there at the moment. But yes, I don't know where we're going to get the gloves from or the arrows from. Because, yeah, when you use the arrow, there's a big square, and it's like, what the fuck's that square for? But it's to show you which arrows you're using. We just haven't found any other arrows yet. Yeah, that's Spectacle Island, isn't it? But yeah, I suppose we find all the treasures, see if any of those are items that are worth having. But yeah, I think what I might need to do is go to all the islands at the very lower end of the map where Outset Island is and make sure I've done everything on all those, because I reckon one of those islands might have something that then I can use here, then something I can use here. And that's what I think. I think I've missed an item somewhere, and as a result, there's a few puzzles that I just can't solve. So I found all the islands and everything, but I just can't solve the puzzle on them. Off. Yes, the boomerang. I don't know who said that earlier, but yeah, the boomerang is a much better way of doing things for sure. So thank you for letting me know. I'm glad I got a fucking GameCube controller for this, because yeah, the button layout is so fucked. So it's above it to that way. Yeah, I can see it. Okay. Oh, so that's that one done. But what's this? So there's a big island with a small rock. There it is, Fire Mountain. Oh yeah, so we can't really do much with Fire Mountain. So Fire Mountain. I can't think of where we would have missed an item, but yeah, it is kind of sort of open. It's kind of open-ended because the islands kind of have to exist, even if you're not ready for them. So it's not like a Zelda dungeon where a dungeon leads you to a dungeon that leads you to a dungeon that gives you an item. And because you've done those previous dungeons, the game knows you're capable of X, Y, Z, and you're capable of a certain amount of difficulty, which is what the old Zelda games felt like. So yeah, I'm not too sure if that's the same here. You know, I might just grab this normal treasure just for shits and giggles. Just as a little treat. But yeah, I'm very impressed with how much the environment changes. You know, the day-night cycle, the weather cycles and stuff. I'm very impressed. It's actually a lot more varied than I thought it would be. Because I thought the sea was always blue as blue can be, and I thought that the sky was always blue. And yeah, because all the pictures I've seen, it's really sunny. I haven't really seen in many pictures of this game when it's kind of grey or overcast or anything. So yeah, obviously being at sea, the weather is a concern. So it's, you know, you can see now because it's getting to midday. The hue of the ocean is turning into that really bright sort of, not royal blue, but kind of, is it Prussian blue? But yeah, I thought the game always looked like this, but no, there's actually a really sort of varied colour palette to it, which is really nice and charming. Cerulean, yes, cerulean would probably be a better way to describe it. It's sort of a very bright but very vibrant blue. It's like the most bright and the most vibrant blue you can get. Over there. Okay, well, we've had the treasure over there anyway, so that's fine. Already had the treasure. But is the weather turning where you are, Ice White? Because it's turned here in the UK, so I'm not too sure how warm or cold it is where you are. But obviously I know you like to go riding and stuff, so the winters, same with me with my BMX, you know, in the winter, you know, it's pretty fucking hard work to get a bike out. Fortunately, we had indoor skate parks, but obviously you can't really do the same thing for you, unfortunately. Although there are cities that have like underground tunnels just for bikes, and it's kind of like a metro system, but you ride your bike. Today we hit 12 degrees C, and tomorrow it's supposed to top out at around about 3 degrees. And is that in freedom units or is that in English Celsius? Not Boston. Yeah, not Boston. Degrees C, yeah. Okay. Yeah. 12 and top out at 3, yeah. At the moment, low of 3, high of 10. So yeah, pretty similar actually. Right, so it's down to the... Okay. It's supposed to rain overnight, which I think is great to get some salt off the road. Yeah, well, yeah, they salt the road like crazy, don't they? In the UK, you'll see the gritting vans out salting, but they, the silly thing is, they go out and grit the roads the night before. You're like, oh, it might snow, but it never snows. But when it does snow, they've never gritted the roads. It's fucking crazy how wrong they get it. But yes, I've also read that rain washes lots of like sharp bits of stone out of the gutters and everything. So unfortunately, after it rains, you get more punctures apparently. Which I never knew there was a logic to it, but yeah. Fortunately, the life of a BMXer is the life of avoiding punctures, which most cyclists have. But yeah, BMXers punish the fuck out of their tires. So what I used to do is I would buy a thorn-proof inner tube, and when I punctured that, I would take it out and gut it on the inside and cut around the valve, and I would wrap that with some chalk, obviously, wrap that around a normal inner tube, or maybe another thornless, another thorn-proof, pump that up, and then when that punctured, I would put another one. I would just keep adding layers until I had like 3 or 4 thorn-proof inner tubes gutted, with like a real inner tube inside inflated. So basically the cost of a thorn-proof inner tube, but I would buy normal inner tubes at a lower cost, but still get the thorn-proof thickness out of it. And I was a cheapskate little bastard, but it worked. Like there was a point when I hadn't had a puncture for like years. And when I did get a blowout because I landed really hard on a corner, I took my tire off and everyone was like, how many fucking tubes have you got in that thing? And I was like, I don't know, like 4. I was like, I haven't had a puncture in like a year and a half. That's actually fucking genius. I'm like, yeah, it's a good way to save money. Daily Rider is tubeless, so the risk of punctures is low. I use like used to like Kevlar belted for that. Conti gator skins, and the rotational weight is a mere 5 kilograms. Yeah, because obviously tubeless is less weight, so you know, like obviously you've got to get the tire to seat and bead on the rim. But you haven't got like I suppose you still need a valve, but yeah, you don't need a tube, do you? So you can save that weight. Right, so yeah, that's all the yeah. That's all of those done. Cool. Right, so yeah, it looks like there might be an island in this section here, because you've got that's the big thing there, and then behind that it looks like there's an island. I'm just gonna go see if we can get that filled in as well. But I watched a video, I should have shared it to the Discord actually, but I was watching a video about hidden motors inside people's bikes, and there were a few clips where somebody falls over and the bike like accelerates and spins around on the floor. It's like, well, I don't know, that looks to me like somebody's got a motor on that bike. And like, yeah, someone crashed, and while they were getting medical attention, the camera pans over and the back wheel still fucking humming away full speed. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's been on the bike's been on its side for a while. I'm not sure the wheel would still be spilling full fucking chat, you know. But you know, it gets super competitive, I suppose. Because at first they were driving next to the riders, and they had like a fucking ultraviolet like heat camera, infrared heat camera. And they could see the fucking seat tube was like glowing red hot, because there was obviously a motor in there giving it some. Oh shit. Auctions may be a race to see who can bid the highest, but I'll let you in on a little secret. The key to winning an auction is to be both patient and bold. I'm serious, Try from what I hear, they get some great things up on the auction block too, like a heart-shaped stuff, among other things. Maybe that's just a rumor. You should try it out, Small Fry. You might like it. But yeah, so okay, so there's an auction. Wait and be bold probably means wait until everyone stops bidding and then fucking get in at the last second. But yeah, have we been to this island? I think we've been to this island before. Appreciate when when Ant McCrossan covers grand tours on telly, because he always includes stats like yesterday the commissioner has inspected 24 bikes for signs of mechanical doping. Well, yeah, because obviously it kind of, you know, there's been a bit of a history, right? With obviously it was, you know, people were doping, like taking like, you know, performance enhancing drugs, but then it became mechanical doping because it was the same thing, but it wasn't. It was mechanical. Team Festina says hello. Yeah, like there were a few people caught, and I think someone, not the people that built the bike and the team, nobody admitted to it, but somebody admits that they were contacted by a team to design and develop a motor that would fit inside a seat post. Oh fuck off, I can't be asked. But they won't say which team. Whereas Sogneurs was caught with a bag of EPO. A bag of EPO? What the hell's EPO? Enhancing penis optics? So, we've only got these 3 squares, and yeah, I don't think there's anything on them. But yeah, so I think what I need to do is double check headstone, outset, horseshoe, 2-eye reef, 5-star isles, just to see if there's anything I can do on any of these islands now that I've got a few items that do things. So we've got a a southwesterly wind, so that'll be fine. So we can just head to the southwest, brain, come on, head to the southwest of the map and then scan the bottom and then just do a bit of a run. That's it. Enhancing penis optics, very good. Class. Erythropoietin spelling is a hormone that promotes red blood cell production. Oh, I see. And that helps them with oxygenation of the blood, which helps them stay more powerful for longer, I suppose. Late 90s and early aughts. Correct. Ah, I see. Because was his name Bradley Wiggins? There was a guy, and his training, he just had a bike like propped up in his tiny little concrete back garden, just cranking away like mad. Ferret, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? What were we playing today? That's Sir Bradley for you. Yes, Sir Bradley. It's a Ferret raid. Welcome in, Ferret. What were you playing today? How's it going, dude? How was stream? Good, bro. I'm so fucking tired. Yeah, tell me about it, dude. I remember being about 32 and I yawned and leant back and I was like, fuck, I'm really tired, and I've just never not felt tired since. In my 30s, I just turned that corner and I've just felt tired and half asleep ever since. But yeah. Oh yeah, Alan Wake 1. Howdy again, Connor, welcome back. Get some sleep. How are you finding Alan Wake 1? Because I played through that in preparation to play Alan Wake 2. And yeah, I remember playing it back in the day. And Ferret Raid, Phoebes, welcome Phoebes, how's it going, huh? Yeah, Alan Wake 1 was kind of fun, but it felt a little bit ropey and a bit jank in places, and there were a few combat sections where it was like, fuck, this is just nuts, it's way too much. But the storytelling and the environmental design, the voice acting and everything was, yeah, it was really great. But I think Alan Wake 2 and Control, I think Control and then Alan Wake 2, we entered into an era with Remedy games where they are able to like blend cinematography and film as well as polygonal assets in a way that's kind of hard to match. The way like video and 3D polygonal assets can both inhabit the same space on the screen is really impressive. Alan Wake 2 and Control both utilize like overlaid video and also sort of like, you know, some visual effects that kind of distort the view of the player. Even though it's a polygonal asset, they can overlay this distortion on top of things that's really hard to exactly pin down. It's probably shader work because everything's shaders these days. But yeah, it's really impressive in its visual presentation. You were right, and I'm still loving it. Ah, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, dude. Good to hear about people enjoying games. Never shut up about those games and how good they are. Yeah. Control, I missed the ending today when Kate was playing it, but yeah, I'm so happy to see Kate playing it, and I'm tempted to do a replay of it on stream because I have it on PC now, so I could probably bump the graphics a little bit compared to what I did on my. Well, I've always had it on PC, but when I first played it, I played it on my MacBook Pro, which was a humble little i5 or no, I think it's an i9 or something, but it's a pretty old i9 with an 8GB GPU. Yeah, managed to get through the game 1080p mid settings, medium settings, and low settings here and there, but got through the game, and yeah, it was so much fucking fun. Yeah, we've been here before, haven't we? We've been here before. Haven't played Control, but after seeing the trailer for Control Resonance, definitely piqued my interest. Definitely do it, dude. Control, because obviously the Alan Wake games, there was kind of like there was a degree of realism they chose to stick with, where there was definitely surrealist aspects to Alan Wake 1. There's definitely a supernatural kind of side to it, but because it was kind of Twin Peaks inspired, it was kind of, it needed to stay grounded in reality a certain amount so the surrealism stood out enough to make it feel like Twin Peaks. And I need to watch Twin Peaks to really nail my sort of, articulation of how that works. But for me, Control was kind of like what Remedy would do with absolutely no boundaries. Like they could just do like whatever they wanted. There was no limitations. They made the craziest game they could make. And they lent into every obscure, weird idea and just put it all in one building called the Federal Bureau of Control. And every obscure idea that wouldn't be supportive of an entire game, 50, 60 hours, but enough for 2 or 3 hours worth of gameplay to be sort of extracted from it. They could include that owing to the nature of Control being this kind of institute of weird shit, right? And I think that's like the perfect base for Remedy, is to have the ability to just make weird, obscure, cinematic, story-driven action sequences as well as storytelling and cinematics, right? And I think Control, because of its nature of just being this big building full of weird shit, it gave them every opportunity to make all the weird shit they've ever always wanted to make. Because, yeah, Max Payne was always pretty grounded in some form of reality. Alan Wake 1 was grounded in some... And Alan Wake 2 to a certain degree, but they push it a bit further. But, yeah, Control is like, there's no limits with what you could see. And it always felt like I never knew what was coming around the corner. Whereas by the end of Alan Wake 1 and Alan Wake, I kind of knew what was happening. I know, okay, here we go, another bit of this, another bit of this. It wasn't bad, but it did get a little bit predictable. But all games do after 50, 60 hours because, patterns exist. You can't help that. But, yeah, Control, I had no idea what was going to happen next. And it kept me just enthralled, like, the entire way. And, yeah, I might do a replay before the sequel comes out. Because, yeah, there definitely isn't an island in this space. I mean, there's that tornado, but I don't think we can do anything with that tornado as of yet. Because I think we need to shoot the guy, but... I don't think there's anything we can shoot them with. Yeah, it just fucking like picks you up almost immediately. So I don't think we can do anything with that at the moment. World is peak. Makes Twin Peaks is in fact peaked. Yeah, apparently there's 2 of them. Never watched Twin Peaks. Yeah, I've got Twin Peaks. I need to watch it at some point. But I need to finish Attack on Titan. Then I need to watch Stranger Things 5. There's just too much to watch these days. Especially when the breadcrumb stream is live. You know, there's no real choice. You just got to watch it. Maybe fall in love with Remedy before Alan Wake did. Yeah. I think that I enjoyed Alan Wake. Because I've always appreciated sort of, narrative-driven games that appreciate cinematography and music and writing and voice acting and how it all coalesces into a very compelling storytelling experience. But yeah, like I say, Control felt like Remedy could do whatever the fuck they wanted, and because it was, like I say, they could do small sections with mechanics that only work and are interesting for an hour or two, or they could do mechanics that lasted for the entire game. And I think that the departure from a need for realism meant that they could do more surrealist architecture, more brutalist architecture. I think the music choices and so, I mean, the whole ashtray maze sequence is some of the most compelling sort of maze sequence in a game I've ever experienced. The way it's kind of like an Escher, MC Escher drawing that keeps evolving and moving, and when you think you're going one way, you get your expectations subverted and you're going somewhere else, and you go through a door and you find out it's a dead end, so you turn back and it's completely changed, and things keep moving and changing shape, and it takes very static objects of the real world and makes them very dynamic, and there's always something very compelling about that. And Inception did a bunch of it as well, the film. They took a bunch of objects that are traditionally static and made them very flexible and movable, and they took rigid things and made them flexible, and static things and made them dynamic, and that kind of contrast between what we expect to see that object doing versus what it actually does. And I saw there were a handful of moments in the Control Resonant trailer that felt a bit Inception coded. So yeah, I wonder if they're going to do some, because it's set in sort of a more open city environment from what we can tell from the trailer. So I wonder if we're going to get any more sort of Inception inspired kind of architectural fuckery to confuse us. But yeah, really. So there is an island here. Okay, so I need to get this marked up. Maybe I fuck this off because there's a bunch of fucking enemies. I fucking hate the sequencing. Fuck off. Let me get in the fucking boat. And then they fucking move away. The second I put my fucking gun away, they come back. Oh, mate. I really can't be bothered with them. They're so fucking annoying. Excuse me. YouTuber I follow described Alan Wake 1 as the best 6 out of 10 he's ever played, but I think that's bang on. Yeah, I think that Remedy were trying to be a little bit, I think they may have set their sights a little bit too high and they kind of struggled with the execution. I think Alan Wake 1 has some very interesting sort of moments, and the gameplay mechanic of using the light from a torch to hold things back. Yeah, it was an interesting mechanic, and I think that they used it in some interesting ways. And I can't really talk too much about the finale if Ferret's playing it, because the finale is kind of interesting, but you need to sort of see it for yourself, so I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, I think it was very interesting in a handful of ways. And obviously, in and of its day, the sort of sudden jump cuts and interesting cinematics were quite novel. They were quite new. Games weren't usually that cinematic, even though, I mean, the PlayStation 1, Hideo Kojima had Metal Gear Solid, but lots of other games, cutscenes were very contained to cutscenes. You had gameplay and you had cutscenes, but Remedy were kind of doing stuff that kind of tried to mix them together, but they were limited by the technology of the day. But when you look at Alan Wake 2, it's way more seamless, and you go from cutscene to gameplay to cutscene to gameplay. It's just, like I say, they seamlessly meld together on-screen footage and polygonal assets in a way that's incredibly compelling. But yeah. So here for the Inception coded game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with. It looks like it's going to be more melee focused than kind of, you know, yeeting objects and firing a gun. You're going to be using melee. So I'm interested to see how that pans up. Anyway, we do have an ad break coming up. Sorry, chat. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. Sorry that the clip player isn't working. By the time I go to fix it tomorrow, it might be working again. That's sometimes what happens. But yes, I'll be right back. But Twitch have made some changes. StreamerBot needs to be updated. OBS needs to be updated. So maybe this clip player needs to be updated, but I can't do it because it's not my clip player. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Somebody's come to say hello to the Raiders. Whoa. You come to say hello to the Raiders? Hmm? Such a little pudding. The little bubba. Mischievous little bubba. But yeah, dudes, I was trimming his claws the other day, and as I was closing it, a bit of his paw was where I was closing. I didn't actually pinch it, I just did that. And he was like, "Meow." I was like, oh no. So now he's really funny about me cutting his claws. So what I've been doing is when I need to trim them, I'll take him in there and just trim one and just let him go. So he sort of learns that it's okay. Because before, he let me trim the whole lot, and he was calm. I'm hoping I can regain his trust. We didn't actually do anything. We just squeezed a pad by accident. Seen those weird rings of light that appear on the seas at night, haven't you? There's a treasure in the deeps. Let me tell you, there are some lights that don't always shine. You know, there's special ones that shine like crazy, but only when you open a treasure chart. Oh, yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. You're in the way. Right, so that's that one filled in. Baba, stop fucking clicking on things. Sorry, hang on, he's just made the fucking dashboard in front of the chat. I don't need that. I need the chat to be in front of the dashboard, please. But yeah, sorry, Ferret, is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way, whichever one you prefer. Or no clip if you prefer, that's also perfectly fine. But thank you for the raid, dude, I appreciate that. Raids are so important at the moment. This is the thing, is you can't just slowly cruise past them. You need the wind to be going full chat so you can fucking avoid them. Oh, and then he won't fucking get the... So... Get in the boat, please, mate. Come on. See, his hair ends up all over the microphone. Excuse me. Need to give him a little brush. But yeah, he's been really, really chilled out about me clipping his claws, so hopefully I can rebuild his trust. But yeah, it's because he squirms a little bit. He squirms just as I'm about to make the cut. He squirms, and I'm like, "No, you can't do that, Bubba. You got to stay still." But maybe I'll have to start giving him a treat after we do it, so that he learns to enjoy it. But yeah, we've got everything but 2 squares filled out, which I think is pretty good. But yeah, I severely doubt that there's a couple of squares that have nothing in them. I think that's kind of the layout, is that each square has an... Obviously they're not equidistantly lined up or anything. They could be anywhere within the square, but each square has one. So I find it weird that we've sailed through a couple. I mean, yeah, there's an island off there in the distance there that's dead ahead of us. So yeah, maybe that's... How much bait have we got left? Only got 2 left as well, chat. So we've only got 2 squares and only 2 baits left. Alan Wake, frustrated and pissed me off more than most games that have, despite it being fun time overall. Yeah, there were a few moments where, like, an enemy that could make an entire train carriage of wheels just fly into my back. And, yeah, they weren't shy about doing that. And I was like, fuck, it's just crazy. There were a few sections where there's just so many fucking... And I'll be honest, in Alan Wake 2, like, everything got an improvement, massive improvement. but there were still some enemies that were just so fucking absurdly tanky. And whenever I mention this, everyone's like, yeah, you've got to shoot them in their weak spot before you actually try and, you know, you got to hit them with the torch and break the darkness off of them. I was like, I did all that. And I've got that clip of that big, like, sledgehammer kind of enemy. And I say, like, I must have hit them in the head about 6 or 7 times. And yeah, it just didn't make a fucking difference. So, I'm sorry, the enemies are kind of overly tanky in places. But other than that, it was, you know, mostly fine. They could be so hard to hit, yeah, but even like when I hit them and they sort of like, it played the whole... and then they fucking got shook, and then you fucking fire at them, they still took like 7 or 8 bullets to the chest and head. And I'm like, that's just a bit too much. So I've got an itch on my back and I can't reach it. Oh. This is the problem. You wrench your arm round to scratch an itch on your back, and then you fucking pull your shoulder out. Don't get old, chat. Don't get old. So yeah, there's a bunch of dice islands, which is kind of interesting. I met a really weird guy on the island due east of here. He had a pack on his back, huger than any pack I've ever seen. I mean, it was big fry. Said he was looking for treasure, but what does he expect to find in a place like that? I tell you, the guy is completely obsessed. That's all the info I've got to offer. Oh yeah, we've been in before. Yeah, so we need to head south. But yeah, there were a few times where I fucking just absolutely, I mean, just to fucking clarify, I'm not coping. So there's their weak spot. There's the weak spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Missed. So many fucking... I got the weak spot. I hit it with a torch. I shot the red weak spot to break them, and it still took like at least 5 or 6. So one of them was a neck shot, and a couple I may have just missed, but there were a few where their head went like that. So I definitely connected a headshot, and yeah, it was just fucking. It was a meme, you know. And the thing is, I don't mind enemies being a little bit tanky, but you've got to drop a lot of ammo, you know. Like if I sink a bunch of bullets into an enemy, I want some of those bullets back. I don't mind the enemy being tanky. I don't mind having to hit multiple shots. But when the enemy goes down, I want, you know, 50 to 60% of my bullets back. Because otherwise, I'm just going to run past all the enemies because it's not worth wasting all the bullets on them. Because there will be bosses that are supposed to be tanky. But yeah, it was just fucking crazy. And even with the shotgun, I was shotgunning things in the chest. And they know full fucking well because there's a DLC where you play as the lady from the diner and you've got a shotgun, but it yeets enemies across the fucking room because it's so overpowered in that DLC. And I was like, see, they know what a good shotgun feels like. But yeah, it was kind of underpowered. But I feel as if they didn't want it to be a shooty bang bang game. They wanted it to be a story kind of, ooh, an interesting kind of game. But they still included the shooty bang stuff because that's what they know people expect from them, right? But yeah, some of the enemies, I ended up putting like an entire magazine, just mag dumping into their head and chest, and they still didn't go down. And I was like, fuck this, man, it's ridiculous. So I started running past stuff, but there's sections where you have to kill everything so you can then investigate the area. So yeah, one of my only complaints. There were only a handful of complaints, but that was one of them. Is that the enemies were fucking way too tanky. So have I done anything on this island here? So there's a hole for a dungeon, but there's a fire around it. Can I pick up that block of ice? I forget. No, it's a bit too big, isn't it? So I wanted to, can I put one of these things on my head? Oh no, don't fucking waste it, you... One sec, chat. Oh, okay. So there is something up there, okay. Oh, is that a switch to turn this off? Hmm. Because if I can kill all of those birds, I can get up there. Oh, look out, chat. Oh, you fuck. So yeah, I don't know if I can, if when I'm possessing a seagull, I don't know if I can like interact with anything. Because yeah, I kind of want to know what's in there, but I don't think I can put the fire out until I've got some ice. And also, I need to go around and give the fairy water to all these withering trees. So what I need to do is I need to make a screenshot of the map and confirm where every one of these is. Because we've got to go to here, Forest Haven. Forest Haven. And then we've got to pour water twice on each one. I think it fills with 20, or was it 12? So you could go and do 6 at once. And I think there's 8, which is a weird way of doing it, I think, but I'm not sure. Roots were crazy. Yeah. So like, I show people that kind of like I hit the weak spot with the light, shot the weak spot to fucking expose them, and still had to put like 7 headshots on them. It was, yeah, just way too much. So from here, yeah, I want to sweep this lower area and go island to island to make sure we haven't missed anything. But I'm not sure if what we're supposed to do is go to a specific island in the middle of the map and then go some, because yeah, it does sometimes tell you to go from one place to the other. It says head this many squares north and then go east for 1 square. So it does sometimes say that, but unfortunately, because I've gone around and found all the islands, I don't know which one you find first. But I suppose it's kind of random which one you find, right? I suppose it's kind of random which one you find, and it is a little bit annoying that the dialogue you get from the fish, you only get it when you put bait down. So even if you've put the bait down and found the islands and you get the dialogue, if you want it again, you're going to have to put more bait down. I don't agree with that. I think that's a little bit cheap. I think each square should unlock and there should be a bit of dialogue attached to each square, because then you're building a puzzle that you can work from. But yeah. I also feel as if that after you've done the Wind Waker song enough times, you should just be able to just fucking get the Wind Waker out, and I should just push a button. It should just tell me which way do I want the wind to go, or if I just double tap the button, it just makes the wind blow in the direction I'm pointing. I think that would be a much more streamlined way of doing it. But that's one of the key sort of optimizations that the remakes of the Zelda games add, is they remove all of the back and forth with the menus. So I'm interested to see what kind of versions of Ocarina and Majora's there are, because I've heard that you don't have to keep diving in it, because there was a couple of levels where you had to just keep constantly equipping and unequipping an item, and it really fucking murdered the pacing and made it really fucking awkward. Yeah, like equipping the big heavy boots in the underwater. I mean, the water temple was... I remember my friend fucking hated that section, and he was like, "Oh, can you just..." I was like, "Nah, man, I don't know what the fuck's going on." But yeah, you had to keep going into the menus to equip the boots, so you could... Just because they couldn't build a swimming... Basically, they couldn't make a swimming mechanic where you could swim like you were underwater. So you had to wear a pair of boots that basically just made you walk on the ground underwater. And if that wasn't bad enough, this limitation of their game design, they made you go in and out of the fucking menu to equip and unequip these fucking heavy boots that held you down. And yeah, it was just like pulling teeth. So yeah, I'm hoping there's a version of Majora's that doesn't have... I think it was Majora's, the water temple. But in later games, you can swim as a Zora. You can swim like perfectly fine. Fuck off, man. So yeah, I don't think there's an island in this. There's just a tornado, isn't there? Yeah, it's just the tornado. Okay, cool. Right, so let's head south. And mooch around on a few of the islands on the southern flank, or the southern rank, I should say, and see if we missed anything. Excuse me. Yeah, I can't wait to get this nasal spray that's supposed to fucking get rid of this congestion. Because I think that might be the crux of it all. I think the fact that I'm so congested and that I can't sleep properly is just causing me all these fucking issues. But yes, I have to wait until the NHS decides to fucking actually prescribe it, and then I have to actually go to a pharmacy who will actually think they haven't got it until I explain who it is and what I need and everything, and then they will have it, but they'll say, "Oh, you have to give us £16." I'm like, all right then, you know, 40 years of paying tax and national insurance, and here I am finally at the ripe age of 40, needing to fucking use the NHS. It's like, yeah, but you have to pay for this, and yeah, you have to pay for this, and yeah, we've stopped support for this, and we've stopped support for this. I'm like, for fuck's sake, man. Whole life I was working to keep all these fucking geriatric old fucks alive so they could vote us out of the European Union, vote the fucking Tories in again. And when I get old and I need the NHS, nothing's fucking included anymore. Fuck's sake, man. And the thing is, right, when you go to the pharmacy, they ask you, like, do you pay for your prescriptions? And I feel like just saying no. Because surely if I work and I pay tax, that covers it, right? Surely. Can we not climb up this? Oh, for fuck's sake. Yawns. Oh yes, that's just the island where we need to be stronger. That's Outset Island, excuse me. But yeah, I'm hopeful that this medication is going to finally start improving my physical health, and I can start working out at the gym more regularly. I can breathe properly. I can fucking get to the end of a sentence without running out of breath. I can fucking walk up the stairs or up a hill without being fucking out of commission for like an hour afterwards. That's the thing that's the worst, is when when I need to catch my breath, I physically can't breathe in enough air. Just can't get enough air into my system. So I'm fucking for fucking ages afterwards, and I just don't get my breath back. I'm just constantly breathing heavily for like 20 minutes, half an hour, and that dries my throat out and makes it all croaky. But yeah, Outset Island, I'm pretty sure we've done everything on Outset Island. Including using the glider to get a few bits and pieces. That is Outset Island, isn't it? Yeah, we're coming up on it, yeah. So, Beetle shop. But yeah, there's a big head thing up there I can pick up once I've got these gloves. That motherfucker's... I'm not giving that motherfucker any more bait. Giving him enough bait. You ain't having any more bait, mate. You've had enough. So, well, just check out what's in this square on the very bottom corner. Horseshoe Island? Yeah. I want to double check what that is. Because, yeah, I feel like maybe I should be making notes, but the thing is, we can always reference Thing is, we can always reference which island is where, but I don't always remember what was stopping us from progressing on that island on every single one, you know. Because, I mean, the Gale Island, I know, is the wind thing that I need to be the stone that makes me heavy. So I need to speak to the, what are the stone people called? Oh, what are the stone people called? The Deku, you've got the Zora, you've got the... Goron? The Goron people? I can't remember. But yeah, if they can teach me how to turn into stone, that'd be handy. I don't know if we're supposed to do anything. I think these outposts are just sort of decoration. I don't think there's anything on them. There's just a bunch of enemies. Okay, so Horseshoe Island is the golf thing that we've done. We've got to the end and gone down the hole, so we've done that. So we've got Outset Island, which we've done mostly everything on. But yeah, I have a feeling that on one of the islands earlier in the game that we just went straight past, we missed out on a few items, which is why I've got to sort of like what feels like the mid-game, and I just can't progress on any of the islands because I either can't turn the fire off or melt the ice or pick something up. I think that, yeah, once we've got that, a whole bunch of islands become sort of like, you know, doable. But yeah, I'm kind of stuck in this situation where I don't really know where to go next. Part of me wants to look up a guide, but we're almost at the end of stream. But I think I might look up a guide for like what order you're supposed to pick up the items in. Because once we've got all the items, we should be able to do all the islands. And this is the problem is at the moment, because I don't have all the items, if I'm on a puzzle on an island and I can't figure it out, it might be because I'm missing a tool that makes it possible. And I've done that before with Zelda games. I'm like, well, how the fuck do you do this? And then later I get an item. I'm like, oh, okay. So I've learned my lesson in previous Zelda games. But yeah, that does mean I've got to go from island to island to figure it out. Just checking there was nothing behind Outset Island. Because yeah, there's a few ledges here and there. There's a few ledges out the back around there, but is this where we met the big fish that gave us something? I think this is where we met the big fish that gave us something. Yeah. But I don't think... Will they come back? Big fish. No. Big fish is sleeping. We never helped them fix the bridge, did we? So, I guess rip to anyone that wants to go across the bridge. We're off gallivanting around on an adventure. Yeah, this island here is Headstone Island, so I suppose we'll double check there's nothing I missed on Headstone Island, because yeah, being able to put bombs down was pretty massive. But no, I'm remembering now, the game told us to fuck off like to the middle of the map. And then, so yeah, maybe somewhere along the line I got lost on where I should be going next. But yeah, at this point in time, it feels like it's asking us to go back to that Forsaken Fortress and like try again to like break your sister out of jail. But obviously, without all the items, I don't know what boss I'm going to find over there. But there might be a component to the boss that requires fire or ice, and then I'm fucked. So yeah. But yeah, I think in between this stream and Saturday's stream, I'll look up a guide. I'll look up a guide and double check. I'll try and follow a guide from the beginning without any spoilers. But yeah, because I've been the funny thing about posting vertical content on YouTube is if you're streaming a game and you're making clips of that game as you play it, one thing that can happen is because you're posting clips about a game with hashtags, it links that to, you know, no pun intended, links. It associates that with, you know, content about the game, and sometimes people put spoilery shit in the title. And obviously this game is very old, so it's, you know, if I get spoiled on something, it's kind of my fault for leaving it this long. I haven't been spoiled, but the story of a Zelda game is usually fairly repetitive to the, you know, the same ones as the Windy Island. Okay, but yeah, it's one of those sort of, you know, strange algorithmic driven things that kind of doesn't work. Is that when you're streaming a game or making content about a game, clips and stuff, but you haven't finished it yet, sometimes the YouTube For You page is like, oh, the secret that helps you skip this entire fortress. I'm like, well, I guess there's a fortress there now, and you know, did you use this key to open the secret door? And it's like a secret door in the thumbnail. I'm like, I guess there's a secret door then. And I'm like, you know, but I suppose it's my fault for leaving it this long. Because yeah, I mean, what does everybody think is a threshold for spoilers? How long does a game need to be out before people can speak about it freely anywhere and not get called out for spoilers? Because I see a lot of people on Twitch call it a different, like, you know, obviously if they're playing the game, you know, but when you mention, oh yeah, it's like that balance puzzle in, you know, that Mario game or something, and someone's like, don't spoil puzzles. It's like, what? They're not even playing that one. Yeah, but they're going to play it after this one. I'm like, well, you know, it's a fucking Super Nintendo game. You know, it came out like decades ago. So at a certain point, you know, can't really help but get spoiled, you know. And I left Red Dead Redemption 2 way too late. I should have played Red Dead Redemption 2 way sooner than I did. And it was stupid because I decided I wanted to play Red Dead Redemption 2, but I didn't buy it on release. And then some time went by, and then somebody on Facebook Marketplace was selling it for like 40 quid or 30 quid. And I was like, okay, well, that's about 20 quid cheaper than it would be in the shop. I bought it for the PlayStation 4. I just never fucking played it. I don't know why, but it was kind of like this sort of like, shit, man, it's such a massive game. Like, it was 100 gigabytes, and this was the PlayStation 4 days when like a big game was 60 gig, which was 100 gigabytes, and I was like, that's fucking insane. I'm gonna have to be not playing anything else at all when I play this game. And that just never happened. There was just always a game to play. So I never got around to playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PlayStation 4, but I did eventually play it on the PlayStation 5. And the joke is, I got it for about 30 quid rather than 60. But I bought it on PC for like 25 quid. So I've kind of still given Rockstar 50 quid in the end. But it's worth it. It's worth it. You know, I wanted to see what it looks like on, like, you know, a computer with decent, because watching footage of it in 60 FPS, I'm like, oh, it does look nice. I'm not gonna lie, it does look nice. But also there's a few mods for it as well. Yeah, the boomerang's great because it hones in on them. It hones in on them, which is super useful. I'm just gonna leave that stuff there. Where's Angular Isles? Yeah, that's the two sort of boxy ones. So we've done that. What's over here? So yeah, I want to buy Cyberpunk on PC as well, but I want to wait until that's cheap. I want to wait until a crazy sale amount, because I've already paid for it on PlayStation, and I've got the DLC on PlayStation as well. So if the bundle comes up for like a tenner, I might grab it. Jode, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Thank you for the clip the other day. I appreciate that. Can you give some of that money to someone other than Rockstar though, if you got it secondhand? Oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I bought the game secondhand from somebody. So the first, you know, is the delay that bad? I have a feeling the delay gets really fucking bad, chat. Avoiding spoilers for games yeah, I was talking about spoilers a moment ago. Elder games, however, I try to avoid giving out spoilers regardless of how old it is. Everyone discovers games at different times. Yeah, I mean, I don't spoil, I don't mention, I mean, I don't tend to mention, you know, story things out of nowhere, but if someone's talking about a game and I mention something, because like I say, it's difficult to sort of call, because whenever I describe situations that have happened where I don't think it's spoilers, everyone's like, yeah, but you would say that. I'm like, but like, if you mention the ending of The Last of Us 2, like the game came out a long time ago, you know, and the ending is one of the more sort of, you know, discussed aspects of the game. And yeah, I think that once 3 years has gone by, if you haven't found time to play a game after 3 years, you can't really call it spoilers anymore, because the game's been out for a while, and it's been out long enough for it to be cheap. Because the thing is, I remember somebody saying, well, now within like 5 months of a game being out, everyone's played it. I'm like, but they haven't. Loads of people wait until games are cheap to buy them. So I actually would say 3 years, because that gives any, you know, after 3 years, the game's usually down to at least 60% of its price, maybe 40% if you're lucky. Sometimes even cheaper. So yeah, I think everybody has a chance to play the game over the course of 3 years, but I suppose it depends. But you know, but yeah, the annoying thing was I was playing Red Dead Redemption and I knew it was going to be a big game, and I knew the momentum took a little while to get started. And yeah, the game was just starting to open up and sort of, you know, not tell me where to go and not what to do. So that's Two-Eyed Reef. So Angular Isles we've done. This is the racing, yeah, the boating course. What's this? 5-star Isles. Okay, let's go to 5-star Isles. But yeah, I found a treasure map, and a treasure map on a giant, great big Red Dead Redemption map. Yeah, treasure hunt on a massive map like that. Amazing. And I saw a drawing of a little waterfall, and I thought, okay, anywhere where I am, where I found this treasure map, from where I am, the nearest river is over there, and if I follow the river upstream, eventually I should come across a waterfall. It's upstream. And I kid you not, the fucking second I saw the waterfall in the distance, somebody was like, yeah, it's underneath the waterfall. They just, first time chat, it's under, and I was like, and a few people that were really excited to see my playthrough, for a first playthrough of a game they love, were like, fuck's sake, dude. And I was like, yeah, actually, I'm sorry, dude, that is kind of unforgivable. That is kind of unforgivable. Like, literally, the first time message, and like, you spoiled something. Like, and it was just like, what's the point, man? Of course it's in the fucking waterfall, you know. It's a drawing of a waterfall. Of course it's in the waterfall, but yeah. Yeah, what have we got in here? We've got those little rocks over there. So let's have a look and see what that is. I'd advocate for just not mentioning stuff unless you know the others know. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, because the thing is, like, people were talking about a story, and I said I didn't appreciate the ending of that game. And people were talking about the ending, and then I was like, yeah, I suppose, but what about this? And someone's like, whoa, spoilers. I'm like, well, someone's fucking talking about the end of the game. You know, if we didn't call it then, why are we not calling it now? So have I got to kill all these motherfuckers? There's a bunch of treasure, but I think I've got to take out these fucking birds. Oh my god, he won't lock on. Oh, oh, it's going to disappear before I get to it. Fuck off. Fuck off, Wind Waker. Right, so I've got to take these fuckers out. But, unfortunately, do a save there real quick. I would argue that it's still a spoiler. What if someone is unfortunate enough to have a way to play the game until like 5 years after or longer? To me, the person still deserves to experience it spoiler-free. You can't control what they come across online, but I'm not going to say anything unless asked. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. But I think if someone's talking about the ending of a game and you say something about the ending of a game, I don't know. Elden Ring was clearly inspired by Zelda, including that. You know, well, yeah. The thing is, because I remember someone saying, like, you know, they were like, everyone's playing Elden Ring, but Elden Ring needs an easy mode. And whenever a new Souls game, everyone's like, Dark Souls needs an easy mode. Blah, blah, blah. Someone was like, Elden Ring needs an easy mode. I was like, there is an easy mode for Elden Ring. It's called Breath of the Wild. They're basically the same game, except one of them has Souls combat and one of them has Zelda combat. So if you want Elden Ring but easy mode Elden Ring, just play fucking Breath of the Wild. Like, that's it. Elden Ring was clearly inspired. Yes. Anyway, so I apologise, chat, but yeah, it is 11 o'clock, and I have to be better about my sleep schedule because it wasn't great. September, October, November, and December. But over Christmas, because I didn't have anything to do, I was fucking staying up way too late. I've completely fucked it. So I'm trying to get my sleep score back on track. So let me get a save down there. I'll jump us over to here, and we'll see who is on for a cheeky little raid. It's definitely painful at times wanting to say something. Yeah. But yeah, like I think the thing about The Last of Us 2 ending was it was so heavily discussed and sort of part of mainstream discourse in the gaming world that I didn't think it would be considered spoilers anymore because so many people had done videos talking about it that I thought by now it must be fairly common knowledge. But yeah, like, I suppose, like, if people start talking about a game that you want to play in the future, you kind of need to tell them that, yeah, it's spoilers. So, you know, I've done that. People started speaking about a game and I said, hey guys, I'm planning on playing that. Please don't say anything that's spoilery. So there is some onus on the stream, but at the same time, like I say, the example that happened to me, somebody literally walked, first time chat, came in and immediately fucking spoiled something. I was like, for fuck's sake, man. Thanks for the stream. No, thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. It's so nice to have some company when I play video games. I love you guys. Missed much today, but my soul was here. Thank you for lurking with your soul, Dennis. I appreciate that. Appreciate your stream as always. Thanks, appreciate you. Thank you, Jake. It's very kind of you. Makes me forget the time and what happens. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the thing is, this is the thing. These extraction shooters, they are really fun for a bunch of people. That's perfectly fine. But I wanted to see what would happen if I included sort of a subconscious dig at a certain demographic to see what it would do. And it did exactly what I thought it would do. And I'm not doing it again. Just wanted to test it. And yeah, it did what I thought. I've only played the first one, still haven't played The Last of Us 2. Well, then I won't talk about the ending of The Last of Us 2. I should try and avoid talking about it. But yes, obviously, if something is spoilers and I'm talking about it, please, you can still say to me, I want to play that game. Please don't say anything, because it works both ways. But yeah, I think sometimes, I mean, if somebody starts playing an old game and they're in the process of playing it, then yeah, you don't talk about it. But I think, like, you know, if I'm talking about a dungeon in a Zelda game or something that happens in Sonic and someone's like, whoa, that's a spoiler, I'm like, but the games are like 30 years old. It's just, yeah, I suppose, yeah, it's difficult to really call it. Yes, let me make sure that's saved. Right, let me just grab a tab on here and we'll see who's on. YouTube, we'll have to call it there, I'm afraid, because we can't raid out on YouTube. So I'll say goodnight to you guys now. YouTube, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully I'll see you guys again next time. Next time will be Saturday, midday onwards. It'll be another daytime stream where I can stream for as long as I want. Thank you for hanging out on the YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense.